Chapter 855. There is a seal within the talisman. The ruler said that we can only open it after we gather. Ruoshue was startled and looked at the talisman. She used her spiritual sense and saw that it was indeed the case. The we that Zifong mentioned, apart from the three of them, included all the spirit realm cultivators in the Yuanren world. Naturally, it included Tai Chi and Zhao Yinran. Surprisingly, Zhuang Yu and He Daoren, these people from the Yuanren world, were also included. There were even a few people who contributed a lot in this battle. Amongst them was the Donghai King Fengmachin. They exchanged glances with one another, and all of them didn't speak. They waited quietly. Roughly 6 hours later, a few streaks of light flew over. The one at the front was Tai Chi. After he entered, he asked Zifong curiously, "Just now, I went to the few temples of your sect. If there is a Buddha statue, it is a little different from the cloud world. Which Buddha is it for?" "Naturally, it is the three-world Buddha," Zifong said expressionlessly. Seeing the doubt on Tai Chi's face, he still didn't understand. He knew what he was feeling weird about. Zifong didn't try to hide anything. Instead, he looked towards Zhao Yinran with deep meaning. "Feng Tanhua, you are too ignorant. Don't you know that our future Buddha has changed? Apart from that, the few Buddhas have decreed that the Yuanren world will be led by the unlimited beginning and end Buddha to help the future Buddha gather the golden body relics." Only then did Tai Chi understand. He didn't want to ask too deeply. He was just curious. This matter had nothing to do with the Kinzo sect. He nodded his head to indicate that he understood. Then he found a place to sit down in the hall. Zhao Yinran had a weird expression on her face. As her cultivation improved, Zongsho's Dharma void space became more and more obvious in her soul ocean. In the past, it was two black and white dots, unassuming. Now it was like two holes. One was bottomless and could swallow everything. One was to spew out endless light, endless heat, and endless energy. As a result, her cultivation had advanced rapidly in recent days. Boundless light, endless darkness. No matter how dumb she was, she knew who the unlimited beginning and end Buddha that the Buddhist faction mentioned was. The black and white holes each contained the laws of origin and end. Wasn't this the immeasurable beginning and end? At this moment, between her and Zongsho, it was just like the relationship between the Buddha and his disciples. Through the Tao embryo cauldron, he could borrow the power of the Dharma idol. Zongsho himself probably knew what was going on. However, she wasn't willing to say that in her eyes, the Buddhist faction was here to steal from common people's path. If Zongsho, that fellow, couldn't resist the temptation of reaching the Saint Realm or Jingyin at last, then what should he do? It was best to bring this brat by her side. She couldn't let Zongsho harm her. She acted like she didn't hear anything. Zhao Yinran pulled Jingyin's hand and found a seat to sit down. She could hear Zifong and Jingyin's sighs. Zhao Yinran felt slightly guilty, but then she felt at ease and was really calm. Anyway, the true unlimited beginning and end Buddha wasn't her. It was Zongsho himself who wasn't willing to admit it. It had nothing to do with her, Zhao Yinran. She had denied it many times in the past, and it really wasn't her. A few hours later, dozens of spirit realm cultivators all rushed back. Even the king of the Eastern Sea, Fengmachin, was in the Yuanjing Palace. It was a 30-year-old male. His face was like white jade, and he had a really calm expression. Even with dozens of spirit realm cultivators looking at him, he didn't seem nervous at all. Zhuang Yu was the last one. A few days later, only then did he step into the hall with a vengeful energy. He expressionlessly looked at the people in the hall and said simply, "I didn't let ruler down. When the army moves out, there will be no opponents. Within 3 days, we will be able to take down the 3 countries of the mid-plains. Due to some miscellaneous matters, this Zhuang has arrived late. Please forgive me." The people here didn't have any intentions to complain when they heard this. They all knew that this person was in charge of this battle. For him to appear here meant that the battle at the front lines had come to an end. To call someone here in such a busy time was already too much. Since everyone is here, you can open the talisman. Tai Chi's expression was really solemn as he bowed towards the talisman. Then He reached out with his right hand and opened the talisman. A spiritual light appeared in front of everyone. Many words formed in the air and didn't dissipate. At the start, it was about rewards. Zhongsho was really generous and not stingy at all. He was also really fair. Not only were the few people present satisfied in the Yuanren world, but even Song Xingdao and the Buddhist and sword factions didn't have any objections. The land of the Seven Nations was expanding. As for the three great sects, they had also obtained many mineral veins. The few people who helped out in this battle were all able to become independent countries. Then, he entered the main topic. He said that he was leaving due to some matters and that he would only return in a year or two. Tai Chi's brow furrowed. Don't worry. That was really easy to say. It was difficult for them to gain a stable footing in the Yuanren world. Everything was settled, and there were many things waiting to be done. They needed someone who could control the situation. At such a time, Zhongsho left alone and actually told them not to worry. However, Zhongsho seemed to know that the Yuanren world needed someone to take charge. Then, he took out a solution. He appointed Zhuang Yu as the back army inspector to lead the 300,000 Daqian troops in the Cloud Lotus world to control the various countries. Not only was Zhuang Yu surprised, but even Tai Chi and Zifong were stunned. Was it really appropriate for someone who came from the Yuanren world to rule this world? If not for him knowing that Zhongsho had never suffered a loss in his life, he would have thought that Zhongsho would have done something wrong. Sometimes his actions seemed dumb, but in the end it proved that this fellow had foresight. Tai Chi couldn't help but want to destroy the decree. He suppressed his impatience and continued to read on. Only then did Tai Chi's expression slightly relax. Common People's Path and Buddhist faction Kenzo sect will each send 9 people. The Daqian Celestial Dynasty can send 27 people. If I am not here, we can discuss and decide all matters in the Cloud Lotus world. Everything will be like the Daqian meeting system. Apart from that, the countries of the Yuanren world can send 3 to 5 people based on the size of their land. Tai Chi shook his head slightly. He knew that Zhongsho wouldn't hand over all military power and country matters to Zhuang Yu. He definitely had methods to restrict him. This was no different from the Daqian world. Even the number of people was just right. The various powers were all taken care of. Not only could the 3 sects use this meeting system to influence the decisions of this world, the people of the Yuanren world also had the right to participate in the administrative matters of the Daqian Celestial Dynasty. However, weren't there too many seats for these people? Was this the damn system of checks and balances? Although he was thinking that in his heart, Tai Chi's body relaxed. The ruler didn't like to manage matters, making one's head hurt and speechless. However, if not for Zhongsho, their Kenzo sect would have 1 less person who held power. It would be a joyous matter for them to look at and point fingers at them. Thus, he looked towards Zifong. What does Master think about the ruler's plan? Chapter 856. Thinking about it, Zifong said, okay. He was extremely familiar with the system of the Great Qin dynasty. The only change was that these meetings were decided by the various factions and not by the people. Zhuang Yu's ability to lead troops was unquestionable after this battle. Without a doubt, he was more suitable than anyone else here to lead everything here. Using the meeting system to restrict this person's power could prevent things from happening that they didn't want to see. If there were any conflicts between the 3 factions, they could use this method to negotiate. The only problem now was how to split the spots. The Buddhist faction followed Zhongsho to open up Yunlian world, although the 10,000 Buddha vast habitat was the main force. Although the 10,000 Buddha sect and the other 6 sects like Jingta sect and Huayan sect had a large share, the remaining 2 spots weren't suitable to be given to anyone. Looking opposite, Tai Chi's brows were tightly furrowed. He was probably troubled by the same problem. Zhuang Yu listened on from the side and didn't understand. What is the meeting system? Not only him, but the few Yuanren world people were also confused. Tai Chi smiled. This matter was easy to explain. After casually saying a few words, Zhuang Yu's face was filled with deep thought. Although he didn't understand everything, he roughly had a rough idea. He wasn't unhappy. It was normal for Zhongsho to be like that. A wise ruler wouldn't hope to use favors to control his subordinates. He needed to use checks and balances to use his talents to the fullest. He also couldn't let his power be too heavy and give rise to ambition and greed. For Zhongsho to be able to use him as one of the Yuanren worlds to control the situation was already surprising and also made him feel grateful. The other Yuanren world people were surprised. Such a situation was something that they had never even dreamed of. In the future, they could also participate in the matters of the Deqian celestial dynasty. Feng Machen's eyes shone brightly. If I feel that the Deqian tax rate is too high, it should be reduced to 15%. Is it possible to raise a bill in the Senate Hall? Tai Chi's eyelids constricted slightly. Then he nodded. Sure. Everything is up to you. If you pass, we can set a tax system of 15%. The taxes collected by the Deqian celestial dynasty would mostly be used for the military. He had nothing to do with the Kinzo sect, and he didn't want Zhongsho to have too much power. However, at this moment, he hoped that the tax rate would be higher. The more troops the Deqian celestial dynasty had, the more stable their rule over this world would be. The Kinzo sect had also tasted the benefits of this development. If he hoped that the power of the sect could spread to more worlds, he would be able to do so. The more troops Zhongsho had in his hands, the better. After all, he didn't have to worry too much before and after working with this person. If King Donghai really wanted to propose this, he had to stop him no matter what. Before he was able to speak, Zhuang Yu opened his mouth coldly. It is just 20%. How can it be considered much? If we don't have enough money to raise an army, how can we prevent the other countries from starting wars? How can we stop the alien races from causing problems? Ruler has already said that the 20% tax is what the other countries are willing to do. If you don't like it, you can leave our Deqian celestial dynasty. At that time, you won't be under the jurisdiction of our Deqian, so naturally, you won't be protected by us. Hidaran nodded slightly. A saint ruler like ruler, even our Yuanren world didn't have one in the past 13,000 years. Looking at the various rulers of the Yuanren world, any one of them had a tax rate higher than that of the Deqian dynasty. There isn't anyone like ruler who is so benevolent. Feng Machen was startled, looking right at Zhuang Yu. Their gazes clashed for a moment before he shifted his gaze away. It is just a joke, Brother Zhuang. Brother He, why do you care? Zhuang Yu's cold and handsome face relaxed slightly, but his brows were still tightly locked. Tai Chi and Zifeng couldn't help but exchange glances with one another. They thought to themselves that the meeting and discussion method was effective so quickly. The 20% tax directly affected the military strength of the Deqian dynasty in the Yuanren world. Reducing taxes was naturally something that Zhuang Yu, who was in charge of the Yuanren world, didn't want to see. This person coming out to stop them was both unexpected and expected. Shaking his head, Tai Chi looked at what was going to happen. The restriction method was far from just a meeting and discussion method, following which a series of appointments made the people that Zhongsho brought over from the Yuanren world to take up 30% of the positions in the Yuanren world army. The remaining 70% was taken up by people from the Yuanren world. 50% of them were taken from the Yuanren world. During this war, there were some people with decent abilities who contributed greatly. The remaining 20% was generously chosen from Zhuang Yu's subordinates. With this framework, in the future when the Deqian dynasty builds up troops in the Yuanren world, there wouldn't be much that Zhuang Yu could do. Food is the most important thing to the people. The taxes in the Yuanren world are too heavy, such that the people are not willing to farm and avoid taxes. I hope that the various countries will lower taxes and allow the people to rest up. I hope that the various countries will set up policies to encourage land reclamation to calm the people down. Looking at the farming methods of this world, they're still really backward. They don't plow the fields and they don't cultivate properly, so the yield is less than 50% of the cloud world. Song Shengdao and the sword and Buddhist sects can help the various countries improve. This is a huge merit. However, if there is too much grain, it will hurt the farmers. If there is too much harvest, then we need to pay attention to commerce. Tai Chi's forehead was instantly filled with black lines. To ask them to help the various countries improve their farming methods? What kind of joke was this Zhong Shou playing? Did he want them, a bunch of people who only knew how to use the sword and focus on the martial path and spiritual cultivation, to have dealings with those bumpkins? However, when he saw the words huge merit, it caused Tai Chi to be stunned. He kept silent and didn't say a word. He remembered this matter in his heart. He also felt guilty. During these few months in the Yuanren world, he didn't ask about anything from Zhong Shou. This person was already used to being high up above and didn't eat the food of mortals. His understanding of the Yuanren world was probably the least out of all of them. Who knew that he would notice such a thing? He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. The true person who didn't eat the food of mortals should be him. He thought to himself that his father and race had high hopes for him. They even had wild thoughts about the God Emperor position. Even he himself had once harbored such ambitions. However, with this person here, how could Tai Chi compete with him? If this person was the God Emperor, then it was expected. If he wasn't, then the true God Emperor was something to be feared. It was best if he gave up on such thoughts. The various countries will take care of themselves. However, the tax system and laws will be questioned by the rear army inspector and the meeting hall. The war and foreign affairs will belong to the Celestial Dynasty. The ruler of each country can't privately make friends with foreign countries. We need to build more than 3 spaceships within a year to strengthen the troops of the outer region. The lands affected by this war can be exempted from taxes for 2 years. All newly acquired lands can be reduced by 10% for 3 years. The last paragraph of text appeared in the hall one by one. Zhuang Yu frowned and then calmed down. At this moment, within the Daqian Celestial Dynasty, apart from the 300,000 Cloud World troops, the other armies didn't even have a single skeleton. At this moment, even if the taxes were raised, it would be temporarily useless. Why not follow the ruler's intentions and show kindness to the people to win their hearts? As for the spaceships, it was expected. If he didn't have a fleet outside, he definitely wouldn't have been able to win this battle so easily. In his eyes, 6 spaceships was a little too little. Fomachin stood up and bowed towards the decree. Ruler is benevolent, like what He Daoran said. Even if the people of the Yuanren world were the ruler, they might not be able to do better than the Daqian ruler. After this battle, a large half of the mid-plains would be under the Daqian Celestial Dynasty. However, the millions of troops under Hong Jiuchen were scattered all over. Some are like small groups of bandits to rob villages. Some directly cause chaos and cause trouble all around. The people's lives were tough, and at this moment, it was like the end of the world. Even if it was just 20% tax, they as the new lords found it hard to support. However, Zhong Shou noticed the conflicts within and didn't use his heart to cause discord between his troops. Instead, he proposed a solution. This kind of demeanor was truly admirable. At this moment, although the Yuanren world was under the Daqian world, however, the people of this world could not only cultivate, but they could also participate in political affairs. Such an outcome far exceeded what he had expected when he took the risk to start the war. Roi Shui was slightly distracted. Zhong Shou had arranged everything well. It seemed like they wouldn't be able to return in a short time. If they left in a hurry, the situation would definitely be really dangerous. At the same time, in the outer region of the Yuanren world, within a large turreted ship, Hong Jiuchen's face was dark and sunken as he sat on a sandalwood chair. At this moment, he wasn't as spirited as he was a few days ago during the feast at Wushan Celestial Palace. Although he wasn't dispirited, his loyalty was low. He held a message talisman in his hand and was stunned. It was news from the Yuanren world. Not long ago, the last remnant army that still listened to him was wiped out in the southeast. Although it was predicted a few days ago, and he was even prepared to give up on the Yuanren world. However, when the news spread over, it still made him feel really sad and disappointed. After 10 days of intense fighting, the last remnant army was wiped out. This also meant that he was chased out of the cloud world. This Mufang is really annoying. The Qian's foundations weren't stable. Be it Zhong Shou or Zhuang Yu, they both knew when to stop. After occupying a portion of the rich land in the middle of the Yuanren world, they started to stop. Instead, they stabilized the border and cleaned up the army. The ones who chased and attacked Hong Jiuchen were Mufang and Fuyue. Even the Azura clan had divided up quite a bit of territory. Sighing slightly, Hong Jiuchen shook his head. At this moment, he could only scold them out. Be it Zhongshou or Mufang and Fuyue, there was nothing he could do. Instead of thinking about taking revenge on them, why not think about how to deal with the blame of those opponents after he returned to the Judu Xianing? Sigh. His 100 years of planning were all for naught. Just as he was thinking about that, a bright laugh spread out from outside the hall. It is just a small setback. Who knew that Brother Hong would be so depressed? This isn't like your personality. Hong Jiuchen raised his brow and looked forwards. Then he saw Tan Jing striding in. Chapter 857. Only to see that this person had a faint smile on his face. He wasn't depressed at all about losing and being chased out of the cloud world. Hong Jiuchen found it weird, but it wasn't good for him to ask. He shook his head. So, it is Brother Tan. It isn't that I am depressed, but that Zhongshou is really amazing. In just a few months in the Yuanren world, he was able to cause so much chaos and chase us out. After the matter, he didn't even give us a chance. What do we do? This time I am totally convinced of my loss. Are you convinced by your good fortune? Tan Jing chuckled, then walked into the hall and sat down. I don't agree with this. In my eyes, we might have a chance this time. I am not willing to leave like a dog that lost its home. Hong Jiuchen looked opposite him with a weird expression, his eyes filled with confusion. At this moment, the two of them only had 27 spaceships, as well as the 800,000 Dao soldiers they brought away from the Yuanren world. Be it personally attacking or winning on the battlefield, they had no chance of winning against Zhongshou. So what if they didn't retreat? As for Fuyue and Mufang, they were determined to kick them out of the Yuanren world. They wouldn't give up on the meat that was already in their mouths. There was no chance of cooperation between the few of them. However, he still adjusted his sitting posture, looking like he was willing to listen to the details. Just 5 days ago, a few factionless cultivators coincidentally witnessed a battle between celestial realm cultivators not far from here. Expressionlessly speaking, Tan Jing's face was filled with an indiscernible smile. One of them was Lu Wushuang from the Lu family. As for the other, Brother Hong probably wouldn't have guessed. Lu Wushuang? Why did this person come here? Hong Jiuchen frowned. He had heard of Lu Wushuang's name. He was one of the most outstanding talents of the Lu family in the recent few hundred years. He was also a general of the Lu family, leading millions of troops and conquering dozens of worlds. He had fought with Judu Xianting before and rarely lost in his life. Who knows how many people fell under his spear techniques. This was why this person's name was spread far and wide. Shouldn't this person be serving under the Lu family Shuanya country ruler? How did he end up here and even end up in a fight? When he thought about Tan Jing's expression and tone, Hong Jiuchen seemed to have understood something. Could it be that the other person is Zhongshou? Brother Hong, you have a sharp mind. This man is Zhongshou. Tan Jing nodded lightly and said coldly, we can't do anything to him, but there are people in this region who can. Speaking of which, this person also had the bloodline of the Lu clan. His name was on the list of direct bloodlines, and he was one of the people who had a chance of inheriting the position of sky-burning Saint Emperor. However, a few days ago, because he killed Lu Wushuang's lover, they formed a grudge. Lu Wushuang hates Zhongshou to the bone. This time it seems like he will definitely kill Zhongshou before returning. Hong Jiuchen couldn't help but let out a hiss and gasped. What's the result? As he spoke, he could not help but speak with a sense of urgency. I heard that after they fought for a moment, Zhongshou used instant space to escape. After that, who knows where the two of them went? As Tan Jing said this, his lips curled up into a smile that didn't look like a smile. Although Zhongshou is only spirit realm, his strength can't be underestimated. However, no matter how talented he is, so what? The two of them are an entire realm apart. Lu Wushuang is pretty much invincible in the same realm. Even if he can escape, how long can he escape for? At most, 10 days to half a month before he dies. This is indeed a chance. Hong Jiuchen stood up, his hands behind his back as he walked around the hall. After a short while, He stopped in his tracks. It's still too risky. If this person doesn't die, then what should we do? If we break the rules and he survives, he will definitely take our heads. You personally saw what happened to Old Poison that day. If he broke the rules, he would be killed right away. Zhongsho's death has something to do with both of us. At such a sensitive time, Long Ying can't do anything to the Liu family, but he might vent his anger on the two of us. He knew that even when Old Poison wanted to use strength to suppress and control the situation in the Yuanren world, he didn't think about doing anything to Zhongsho. He just wanted to force him back. Moreover, there's also the Buddhist faction, Kinzo sect, and Song Xingdao. The former is famous in the various worlds. The latter two aren't weak either. The three of them have to prepare for the fight for the heaven-opening treasure in the cloud world. So how would they have the strength to be distracted by other things? Even if there's a conflict, they need to bear with it. As for Long Ying, as he said this, Tanjing nodded his head solemnly. So we have to wait for a year. If he doesn't return in a year, then it will be time for us to attack. At that time, no matter what, Zhongsho will die. It won't matter if we act at that time. Even Mu Fong and Fu Yue won't let go of such a chance. Hong Jiuchen frowned and was in deep thought. He was tempted by Tanjing's words, but what if Zhongsho luckily escaped? Then he shook his head. Even if he returned in a year, everything would be settled. The dust had settled. So what if Zhongsho had the ability to reach the heavens? As long as the Yuanren world was in his hands, he had the confidence to persuade God Realm cultivators to help him once. It seems like the consumption of this instant space teleportation technique is a little too high. However, it is impossible to improve this technique. In a hidden area of the Shuang Ocean, Zhongsho was hiding in the royal demon god Shrinking and was slightly worried. He grumbled, but Zhongshoxin knew that it wasn't that his 3,000 star falling technique had any flaws. It was that the energy meridians of peak celestial realm experts were much longer than he expected. At this moment, 3 months had passed since his first battle with Lu Wushuang. The two of them chased and fled, and they were already hundreds of worlds away from the Yuanren world. At the start, Zhongsho was confident that he could shake Lu Wushuang off. However, a month later, this hope was totally destroyed. This person was using the void movement technique and pretty much didn't need to cultivate. Even if he was worried and couldn't catch up to him, he could still follow closely behind him. He didn't cultivate for a month, but his internal energy and soul power were still abundant and endless. On the contrary, after a month of using instant space teleportation, he was finally showing signs of fatigue. Even with the heaven-swallowing energy conversion technique, he still couldn't hold on. Sometimes, he needed to use the Shuang Ocean to hide his tracks and try to recover. He was also forced to make improvements to the original 3,000 star fall technique. He had to compress the consumption of instant space teleportation technique to the maximum. Shaking his head, Zhongsho summoned an instant space dragon pellet in front of him. Then, a sky-burning flame burned up and refined it. He changed the structure of the dragon pellet, destroying a portion of the useless ability marks of the instant space dragon. He added in the Grand Tao that he comprehended to restructure the spiritual formation. It caused it to merge with the stars in the soul ocean void space to become a brand new star Tao seed. The entire process would take several days. Chapter 858. Apart from a star dragon pellet, there was also an unrefined dragon tooth sword which floated beside Zhongsho. He split his attention and used the sky-burning flame to refine it. Then, he used his spiritual sense to form a blade to carefully carve on the dragon tooth. Not only did he need to resist the dragon aura that didn't dissipate, but he also needed to use his spiritual sense to forcefully slice into this extremely tough material. Even if it was softened by the sky-burning flame, it was still quite difficult. He had to draw many mysterious spiritual tattoos on the unformed sword body without the slightest mistake. Since the consumption of the instant space teleportation technique couldn't be reduced anymore. At this moment, he could only try his best to increase his spiritual sense to expand his soul ocean. At this moment, pretty much every star Dao seed that was formed would allow his soul ocean space to grow by a small margin. Even if it was just a little bit, it would increase his chances of winning by a little. Crafting this Imperial Dao Dragon Tooth Sword would allow his true chi and spiritual sense to be refined once more. The control of one's own strength, using every bit of strength to the extreme, could also greatly reduce the consumption of energy. The 28th Imperial Dao Dragon Tooth Sword, following which there was a light buzzing sound beside him. A look of joy flashed across Zhong Shou's face. With this sword formed, his 10 extreme Imperial Dao Destruction Sword formation had finally gathered 28 constellations. The strength of the sword formation could also increase by a level. The entire sword formation was slowly forming. He casually waved his sleeves, using his spiritual sense to cause the flying sword to stop in front of him. Zhong Shou gathered energy in his eyes and looked carefully. Then, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Perfect and flawless. Not only did this sword look good, but the structure of the sword body and the spiritual formation within were also perfect. There were pretty much no flaws to speak of. During these 3 months, being chased by Lu Wushuang at every moment, Zhong Shou rarely had a moment of peace. Many times, he had to be in the instant space teleportation process. While forming the Star Dao Seed, he was crafting this Imperial Dao Dragon Tooth. However, it was also because of this that a gap seemed to have opened up in his body during these few days. Zhong Shou's control over his own power would increase by quite a bit every 1.5 days. Fusing with the Dragon Core and refining the Dragon Sword was becoming more and more smooth, approaching perfection. As for the 7 cycles Xiantong full restriction, its restriction on him grew weaker and weaker. Now that the branches and leaves of the sword formation are complete, the next step is the main trunk. In Zhong Shou's mind, the 28 swords that he had forged before were indeed just a small part of the sword formation. Fused Daos were all low-level nomological laws, derived from some great Dao origin laws. Similar to Zhong Shou's own 18 types of talismans, spirit seeds, universe, yin and yang, life and death, fate, wind and thunder, karma, and so on. These restrictions weren't merged into the 210 extreme Imperial Dao Destruction Swords. He had to wait until he stepped into a certain realm and used a saint-level dragon tooth to bear it. Only then could he truly display his power. An immortal-ranked sword was truly unworthy. To refine a flying sword, I need to use the peak celestial realm instant space dragon tooth as a material. With my current cultivation attainments, it isn't enough. It is best if I find a 1st and 3rd heaven fire source to help. Zhong Shou frowned. If the 36 swords were refined, he could try to go through the tribulation and charge into the celestial realm. However, with Lu Wushuang following behind, how would he have a chance to search for a fire source? Even if he found it, that person would have guessed his intentions and would be in a passive state. At this moment, even if there were dozens more 10 extreme Imperial Dao Destruction swords, it would be useless. Without a main sword suppressing, he would be in the middle. The operation of the entire sword formation would only be really complicated. Not only would it not raise the strength of the sword formation, but it would also cause unnecessary consumption of his spiritual power. He frowned and thought about it. In just a moment, Zhong Shou's eyes lit up and a bright glow appeared in his eyes. That is a little dumb. If I want to help refine artifacts, isn't there one there? Although it isn't a 1st and 3rd heaven fire source, it is probably stronger than any fire in this world. It was said that the white hole in that world has unlimited light and unlimited heat. Isn't it suitable to use its power to refine artifacts? Thinking about that, Zhong Shaoxin's heart moved. Ambition grew and a desire rose up in his chest, burning fiercely. If he was there, not only could he refine celestial gray dragon teeth, he could even try God realm dragon teeth. To be able to refine a true celestial sword with a spirit realm body, it would also be one with his spiritual sense and be connected to his life. Coincidentally, on this journey, he was avoiding Lu Wushuang's pursuit and was rushing towards that world. At this moment, he wasn't far from there. His chest was filled with anxiousness. He was actually tempted and couldn't wait any longer. Zhongsho shook his head and forcefully suppressed these random thoughts. Even if he went all out, he still had dozens of days, so he wasn't in a rush. The most important thing now was to leave Lu Wushuang some distance away. Thinking about that, his heart slowly calmed down. He knew that if he couldn't fight for half a month, he wouldn't be able to get what he wanted. Even if he found that place, how would Lu Wushuang allow him to refine his sword in peace? The random thoughts were tossed aside as Zhongsho once again focused on the instant space dragon pellet in front of him. He had refined this pellet for a full 10 days, and now it was time for it to merge into his soul ocean void space. However, this star Dao seed was a little different. However, the Dao contained within the pill was the word imperial. In 3 months, Zhongsho had tried to fight Lu Wushuang dozens of times. Without exception, he fled in a haggard manner. However, it wasn't like he didn't gain anything. Training his martial path sword intent was one of them. That silver spear was like a heavy hammer. Each time they clashed, it could help him refine his body. His mastery of the various martial Dao, true intents, and comprehension of the laws was the second. What he improved the most wasn't any of the martial path true intents that Zhongsho was good at. Instead, it was Lu Wushuang's fundamental laws. Each time they clashed, he would be able to comprehend something. Zhongsho was looking forward to this new star Dao seed. Although the defend word had nothing to do with the source of the world, it could control 10,000 Daos and 10,000 laws. It was similar to his Dao word and Shiyue's law word. This defend word, true talisman, apart from controlling, it also has the ability to block. This person's spear technique is invincible. However, what was even stronger was definitely his defensive ability. It can't be underestimated. This law can help my Dao. Who knows what kind of changes there will be after this star dragon pellet merges into my soul ocean. Zhongsho's fundamental law was the Dao itself. However, this defend word could control 100,000 laws, 3,000 Daos. However, it was also a type of Dao. Zhongsho predicted that if this law could merge into his void space dharma, it would be greatly beneficial to him. Apart from defend, there's also control and drive. However, compared to the former, it is much purer and comes from the same source. I don't use it as the foundation of a Dao, but as a supporting technique. In the future, I could try it out. He slowly gathered his thoughts, and along with his dragon pellet, it slowly merged into one with the star in the void space. A storm instantly rose up in the soul ocean space. Hundreds of stars exploded and spread out, completely dispersing. Then they were pulled back by an external power. This time, they were similar to the stars in the sky. Following the expansion of the soul sea, more stars began to appear. Zhongsho's brow rose up. He projected a total of 49 star Dao seeds around him and then silently sensed them. My soul power didn't increase by much, similar to before. That's to be expected, but along with Zhongsho's spiritual sense, the stars around all shone. Various law powers started to affect the area around. It actually caused the space storm and illusionary power within 100 feet to be frozen. It was like a world was being created in front of him. When Zhongsho saw this, he was instantly stunned and totally startled. A moment later, when his vital chi was depleted, he came to his senses and hurriedly stopped himself. How did this happen? With 49 stars of the Great Dao working together, it was as if they could truly create a world. Although it was incomplete, in that instance, Zhongsho could sense the true creation technique, the absolute beginning source. How? Is it so easy? A few breaths allowed his energy to recover. Zhongsho was deep in thought as he looked in front of him. His control over these stars was indeed greatly enhanced, just as he had expected. However, at this moment, what Zhongsho paid more attention to was the weird scene from just now. His brow furrowed, and he was in deep thought. After a long while, he still couldn't understand it. Zhongsho could only shake his head and temporarily place this matter down. To study its mysteries, he could leave it for the future. This drive word technique is really beneficial to me. However, the amount of mana used to manifest the void of mind has been reduced by 20% compared to the past. This technique could also be used in the 10 extreme Imperial Tao Destruction sword formation and could be one of the core swords. After adding in this sword, he would be able to control the sword formation as he wished. Speaking of which, maybe Lu Wushuang is more suitable for this sword formation than me. Zhongshou imagined the scene of Lu Wushuang using the 10 extreme Imperial Tao Destruction sword formation in his heart. His head felt numb. Luckily, this Saint-grade artifact cultivator legacy sword formation didn't fall into his hands. If that was the case, Zhongshou would definitely be dead. He reached out with his hand and took out a dragon pellet and a dragon tooth in front of him. However, this time before Zhongshou was able to start, his brows furrowed tightly. How weird. Just as he thought about this person had already arrived. Even this Shuang Ocean was unable to stop the sky-burning blood that was slowly boiling once more. A white flame rose up around Zhongshou's body. In the next instance, a silver spear pierced over. Zhongshou's reaction wasn't slow either. Right away, he summoned the blue fire Xian turtle in front of him. This turtle looked dumb, but its reaction was really sharp. Without any hesitation, it placed the 2 Xuanwu purple hero shields in front of its body. Just as the Xuanwu body protecting energy was activated, there was a heavy clang. The spear's shadow was forcefully reflected back. The blue fire Xian turtle's eyes were filled with shock. The shield was perfectly fine, but the bones and tendons of its forearms cracked. Chapter 859. That silver spear's shadow rebounded in front of the giant shield. There was a shocked exclamation in the air. This was the first time Zhongshou had used the power of a protector spirit beast in a battle between the two of them. Zhongshou's sword strength was behind the giant shield at this moment. It had accumulated to the maximum and was about to explode out. With a thought, the sword light rose up. However, just as Zhongshou's body was about to pierce through the air, it struck the air. The silver spear that filled the sky suddenly retracted and disappeared. Lu Wushuang's aura also swiftly retreated into the distance. It caused Zhongshou's nameless sword to be unable to lock onto him. A moment later, Zhongshou scoffed coldly and landed back on the turtle shell. As expected, in the next moment, the spear's shadow that nearly disappeared went from weak to strong as it chiseled over. He temporarily avoided the tip, avoiding the main force and attacking the weak points. When his strength was weak, he counterattacked. The strength of this spear was 30% stronger than before. Zhongshou's brows rose up. This Lu Wushuang didn't underestimate him at all. This person had obviously treated him as a true opponent, using all sorts of methods and strategies to fight him. This was also the result of Zhongshou being able to hold on for a short, while after the two of them clashed several times before escaping safely. He used this person as a grindstone for his sword. Wasn't this Lu Wushuang the same? He treated himself as a hurdle on the martial path, the source of the heart knot, where the heart demon gathered. As long as he crossed it, he would be able to step into the god realm. Between the two of them, it was far from as simple as Lu Zi dying in his hands. Should he be proud of that? Zhongshou shook his head and scoffed, his heart filled with helplessness. His attempt this time still didn't succeed. Although he still had some methods that he hadn't used, none of them could give him more than a 5% chance of winning, even if he stepped into the celestial realm a few months later. Zhongshou's chances of winning were at most 20%. This person was simply too strong. Out of all the people Zhongshou had seen, in terms of talent, only Shuriwei, Juyu, and Osamuhara could compare to him. However, this person was born decades earlier than them and was already standing at the peak of the immortal rank. In the end, they still had to escape. It was really unreconciled. With a flash, Zhongshou and the blue fire Xian turtle disappeared from this place. He could only rely on these instant space dragon pellets and the 3,000-star falling teleportation technique. Although the spear's shadow was as fast as lightning, it could only hit empty air. A moment later, a young man appeared in the Shuang Ocean. After looking around, he let out a cold snort with an ashen face and continue to search for that trace of bloodline connection. He could sense that Zhongsho was getting stronger and stronger as they fought. But so what? Lu Wushuang's martial path was also achieved through life and death battles. His improvement during these days might not be weaker than this person. That instant space teleportation technique was indeed mysterious and indiscernible. This person was also really scheming. Each time he would be able to hide in a place he didn't expect to try to recover. However, in the end, he would be forced into a desperate situation. His body continuously moved in the void, changing his tracks. He went all out to pull the distance between the two of them apart once more. Zhongsho's mind was always tense, and he didn't dare to make any mistakes. He didn't feel time pass. Like in the blink of an eye, another 20 days had passed. At this moment, Zhongsho stopped crafting the Imperial Dao Dragon Tooth Sword. Instead, he focused on merging with the Instant Space Dragon Pellet. The Imperial Dao Dragon Tooth Sword was a sword artifact and was used externally. This was why the higher the Dao, the more it needed a strong sword to carry it. With his current cultivation, it was far from enough, and he could only push it back. The Star Dao Seed was the opposite. The so-called Dragon Pellet was formed from the essence blood of the dragon, as well as the essence energy of heaven and earth. It could be nurtured within the dragon body. Within Zhongsho's soul ocean, he could also nurture it daily to allow it to advance. This was why the closer the Dao was to the source of the world, the better it was to form it. If he personally nurtured it, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the future. However, during these dozens of days, he didn't even blink. 3 times in a row, only Lu Wushuang managed to catch up. The two of them fought, and he was heavily injured. This 50th instant space dragon pellet was filled with many problems. During these days, although he had racked his brains, he was able to leave Lu Wushuang behind by half a day. However, to him, it was far from enough. Control driving techniques. The former is more overbearing and forcefully controls everything. However, it can only control how to use the power of all things and laws. It is slightly weaker than the driving technique. As for the driving technique, it is much weaker and can only control things that are already under control. The two of them are connected and can't be lacking in either. 2 talismans formed in the air in front of Zhongsho. Looking left and right, Zhongsho shook his head. Although they came from the same source, there were still many differences and many problems that he didn't understand. There is no need to rush this matter. This Lu Wushuang must have cultivated some secret technique. Not only is his sense of where I'm stronger, but his speed is also much faster. His speed was also much faster, and he had more energy to spare. Even with 49 star dragon pellets to use, I still find it tough. His strength had greatly increased, and so had this person. At this moment, it seemed that it was impossible to shake him off using ordinary methods. At this moment, there were some void storms around Zhongsho. The closer he got to that world, the more chaotic the space power became. It could be seen all around Shiwang Ocean. This was also the reason why Zhongsho was still perfectly fine and barely hanging on. This place was the border of this region. Many new worlds would be born here. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Cloud World and Yuanren World were born in the same environment. After the space stabilized, it was slowly noticed by people. With Zhongsho's strength, he wasn't able to support himself here. Many times, he needed to use the Royal Demon God Shuttle to be able to travel in the void. Coming here meant that the new world that was less than 10,000 years old was not far away. With a thought rising up, Zhongsho took out the Book of Ian from his soul. He couldn't use normal methods to escape, but that didn't mean that he couldn't think of anything. Using the power of the Book of Ian, at most, he would use up some Mind Stones and Celestial Stones. It would be able to buy him half a month. Along with spiritual energy being injected in, the Book of Ian instantly gave out a light. It caused the time around Zhongsho to freeze. Just as he was about to turn into light and leave, Zhongsho exclaimed and suddenly stopped. He felt like there was a voice calling out to him. When Zhongsho listened, it became more and more obvious. There were also threads of invisible power gathering towards him. Zhongsho took a look and his expression became really weird. He was really familiar with this power. It was the god power that he was searching for in the cloud world. Chapter 860. Wish Power. Zhongsho was stunned, only feeling confused and filled with disbelief. How could there be wish power in this place? Sensing it carefully, it instantly became clearer and clearer. Around him, there were indeed threads of weird energy gathering towards him. It was indeed wish power that seeped into his soul. At the start, it wasn't obvious, but slowly it infected his soul, causing many thoughts to rise up. Zhongsho frowned, directly using the heaven-swallowing energy conversion technique to swallow and purify it, spreading it into his limbs and bones. Then, he looked into the distance to search for the source of the wish power. It seems to be in that direction, a newly formed world. Zhongsho's eyes squinted, thinking about it for a moment before he continued to head in that direction. He drove the royal demon god shuttle swiftly, using the instant space teleportation technique. Half a day later, the wish power that gathered towards him became stronger and stronger, slowly showing signs of a flood. Zhongsho was astonished. Even with the heaven-swallowing energy conversion technique continuously swallowing, it was still not enough. He could only raise up the black and white Dharma to be able to fully absorb it. What is going on? Gathering so much wish power, how many believers are there? 1 billion or 2 billion? Mighty Qian only has so many people. The confusion in Samuraim's eyes grew thicker. Weird. How can there be so many people who believe in me? Zhongsho. How do they know my name? How preposterous. Did I, Zhongsho, actually become a god at the border of the world region? However, when the power of Will gathered and covered his entire body, he was stunned. The sky-burning blood in Zhongsho's body unexpectedly calmed down. The power of faith had a strong suppressive effect on his bloodline. At this moment, if he was willing, he could cut off his connection with Lu Wushuang at any moment. He could totally break away from this person. However, Zhongsho was unwilling to do so and completely cut off this person's hopes of killing him. Did he want this top expert to turn around and find trouble with Ruo and the others in the Yuanren world? He also didn't want to trouble Ao Kun, whose identity had been severely damaged and who couldn't even take care of himself. After searching for a few days, he had already locked onto the location of that world with a wisp of his will. As Zhongsho's royal demon godly shuttle got closer, the sounds he heard became clearer. It was a series of prayers. When Zhongsho heard it clearly, he was stunned. Infinite future beginning and end. May the boundless future Buddha protect us all. Infinite light, endless darkness. Zhongsho's brows furrowed. He suddenly understood and was speechless. Unlimited beginning and end, so it was Buddhism. He really was the immeasurable beginning and end Buddha. However, did the Buddhist know that he was the one who formed the beginning and end Dharma? He shook his head and looked closely at the wish power gathering. It wasn't targeting Zhongsho. It was heading towards the black and white whole Dharma in his soul space. These Buddhas are really skilled. Although they don't know my identity, they can directly point at the essence of my soul like it is my true name. Zhongsho's brows furrowed, and he was a little unhappy in his heart. Such a method was no different from forcing him. If he didn't grasp the heaven-swallowing energy conversion technique, he would most probably be controlled by the wish power. He had to cultivate Buddhist techniques and form relics to solve it. As he thought about it, he started to feel annoyed by the voices that came from beside his ears. Actually, to be able to transmit their thoughts to him through several layers of space, they had to be the most devout people who were devoted to him. Out of 1 billion people, there were only 5 or 6 of them. It wasn't enough to disturb his thoughts. Then, he had an idea and thought back to his black and white whole Dharma. Even without the heaven-swallowing energy conversion technique, just his void Dharma would be able to resolve the wish power. With the ability of those few Buddhist ancestors, they definitely wouldn't have thought of that. Speaking of which, the Buddhists were doing that just to give him benefits? That's quite sincere of you. Unfortunately, what is this called? The falling flowers are willing, but the flowing water is heartless. He didn't have any thoughts of becoming a Buddha and didn't have the heart to protect the people. He was also not interested in the pure land matter at all. In his eyes, there was no pain and no sickness, a world where all life was equal. He was even less reliable than Tsang Shengdao. It was only because Buddhism advised people to do good, to establish merit, and to pursue the afterlife that they were sought after by the world's nobles. Zhongsho took a deep look at that world. He had no interest in rushing over. He only memorized the location of that world. Although he wasn't willing to be the unlimited beginning and end Buddha, he was interested in the wish power. In this world, be it the past, present, or future, there definitely wouldn't be an unlimited beginning and end. The wish power had nowhere to convert to, and since he was bored, why not use it to train his body? The annoyance in his heart disappeared, and the voice in his ear became clear once more. I am willing to use my body to serve the Buddha for the rest of my life and accompany the lamp. I only hope that the unlimited beginning and end Buddha will appear in the world and wipe out the demon fire and evil demon. Zhongsho shook his head and didn't care. However, in the next moment, he felt his spiritual sense being affected. He suddenly had a thread of connection with that world, a thread of shackles. This is the spirit of words. Zhongsho frowned and forcefully suppressed this movement. Thinking about it carefully, shock appeared in his eyes. It wasn't the spirit of words, it was the Tao of words. It was a prophecy of the future. It affected cause and effect of fate, something that even Zhongsho couldn't do. It prophesied that one day Zhongsho would descend on that world as the unlimited beginning and end Buddha body. Zhongsho couldn't take it anymore and spread a thread of spiritual sense over along with the voice. A moment later, there was an explosion in his soul ocean. A weird scene appeared in his spiritual sense. That spiritual sense seemed to have appeared in a Buddha statue. Within the temple, it was high up and looking down. It was a young girl who was about 28 years old. She was crawling with her head lowered. His mouth was chanting the prayers of the scriptures. Who knows which Buddha venerable helped him to write and pass down this scripture? With the soft voice of this teen chanting, it made him feel really comfortable and his entire body felt really peaceful. However, at this moment, Zhongsho's chest was filled with shock. This girl wasn't a saint realm or god realm like he had imagined. Instead, she was a really normal girl. At this moment, she was being shaved by a nun, cutting off the 3,000 strands of hair. At this moment, Zhongsho was astonished. The girl in front of him actually looked exactly the same as Jingyin, no difference at all. A normal girl, just praying. How could she affect the power of cause and effect of fate and cause and effect to decide the future? Why was she so similar to Jingyin, like they were twin sisters? Chapter 861. Zhongsho's mind was filled with question marks. Why was this woman, who had no cultivation at all, able to predict the future? How preposterous! Unable to understand, Zhongsho decided not to think about it anymore. He muttered and retracted his spiritual sense. Zhongsho didn't care much about this matter. Although this woman seemed to be able to use words to affect cause and effect and change the future. However, Zhongsho was also good at this. At that time, he would think of a way to prevent things from going as she wished. As for that demon fire evil demon, Zhongsho didn't care at all. He didn't have any intention to save them. What did the people of this world have to do with him? Naturally, the Buddhist faction would worry about it. Shaking his head, Zhongsho wanted to retract the spiritual sense. However, the moment his spiritual sense rose up, he noticed that the spiritual sense was locked within the Buddha statue. No matter what, he couldn't get out. He was startled for a moment. Zhongsho didn't bother. He didn't care about this little bit of spiritual sense. Even if it stayed here, it didn't seem inappropriate. He only felt that everything today was filled with a weird taste. Shaking his head, Zhongsho absorbed the wish power. This time, he didn't have anything to worry about. He revealed the black and white dharma outside and went all out to swallow it. The wish power came from the heart. Using the heart as the source. If he could absorb it after purifying it, be it the body or the soul, it would be beneficial. 2 days later, Zhongsho felt that the god power in his body was slowly filling up. He summoned little gold and hanshi from his sleeves. He injected the purified wish power into the bodies of these few spirit beasts. Before Spirit Realm, when he swallowed the Taoist faction gods, Zhongsho was worried that his cultivation wasn't enough and that he wouldn't be able to purify them completely. Using such a method to strengthen the bodies of spiritual beasts would cause problems. However, after Spirit Realm, his black and white dharma improved greatly. Moreover, this wish power belonged to Zhongsho, the unlimited beginning and end Buddha. Thus, if he used it now, there was no need to worry about any future problems. Among the spiritual beasts, Xiaori absorbed the most. Its body was like a bottomless pit as it absorbed the power of will. His face was full of satisfaction and intoxication. When Zhongsho stopped, his face was still full of dissatisfaction. Next was Hanshi. This was a natural mutant born from the killing aura of heaven and earth. It was unknown what it could do with the power of faith. Unlike the previous time, it didn't split out the soldier ants, but simply continued. The capacity of his body was more than 6 times that of the blue fire Xian turtle and the thunder winged dragon. Even the 6 pairs of wings on his back started to emit holy light. The dazzling radiance was incomparably holy. It was impossible to tell that this thing was an extremely ferocious and murderous creature. Not only it, but the dozens of guard ant soldiers were the same. Its form was also changing. It was becoming more and more humanoid. It was also filled with a sense of holiness. If I really establish the Qian immortal court one day and become the emperor of the myriad heavens, then I'll be the emperor of the heavens. When something happens, these things must be used as messengers. Just its appearance alone is not bad. It can bewitch people. Next was Little Gold. This fellow changed its body and mimicked Hanshi's body. It also absorbed a lot, second only to Xiaori and Hanshi. Looking on as 8 hours passed, Zhongsho didn't dare to stay any longer. Once again, he used the instant space technique to teleport. At this time, he used the Book of Ian to twist time and teleport faster and faster. In just a moment, he was already hundreds of worlds away. However, the price wasn't small. The 100 celestial stones Zhongsho brought with him were pretty much all used up. If he wanted to use them again, he would have to wait a few years for these celestial stones to accumulate enough 5-element spiritual energy. In just 6 hours, they had crossed the vast Shuang Ocean. This place was the location of that weird world that Zhongsho knew about. However, at this moment, his royal demon god shuttle was covered in scratches. Many of the components had been severely damaged. Zhongsho estimated that this shuttle could at most be used for 1 to 2 days. It allowed him to enter and exit this giant Shuang Ocean. Xinyue Xian said that these imitation parts weren't good to use and that it was best to find the real thing. Looking at it now, it really isn't useful. Zhongsho shook his head and summoned the blue fire Xian turtle, stepping on it. This beast was protected by Xuanwu body protecting energy and could also travel freely in the Shuang Ocean. However, its speed was a little slower than the royal demon god shuttle. Using this turtle as a steed was a huge gain. Looking around, Zhongsho's eyes locked onto a place. His eyes instantly focused as he controlled the blue fire Xian turtle to head in that direction. This world was different from other places. It existed in the Shuang Ocean and was totally separated from the other worlds. In the future, the void power around slowly stabilized. It formed the rough shape of a world river before people noticed it. This world obviously wasn't complete. When Zhongsho tried to touch the space barrier, it was easy. However, it was extremely easy and effortless for him to pass through. At this moment, what appeared in front of his eyes was a beige world. There was no land here, no sky, no round sky, and no square land. There were only patches of extremely bright stars that gave off a dim light. Zhongsho took in a deep cold breath. Even if he confirmed time and time again that his memories in his last life were real and not fake, he still couldn't believe it. However, When he confirmed that this place was similar to the world in his memory, his emotions were still fluctuating. How magical! It is actually so huge. Almost every star was equivalent to a world. Many of them are actually tens of times larger than this. Those especially eye-catching stars are actually hundreds of millions of miles wide. Zhongsho spread out his spiritual sense and then sighed. As expected, there was no spiritual energy at all in this place. Only in some special places could he sense the presence of the five-element spiritual energy. However, it was really thin. They all said that the cloud world 10,000 years later would be the end of the cultivation era. However, compared to this place, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. The laws of this world were really stable. However, as this world was too huge, the power of heaven and earth was really thin. The restrictions on his spiritual energy and internal energy were really weak. Samarim shifted his spiritual sense and casually reached out. A surge of energy grabbed at a planet 100 million miles away. In this vacuum, one couldn't hear any sound. However, one could see that 200,000 miles wide star was forcefully blown apart by 40% of its strength. It broke apart. Although there was little spiritual energy in this world, cultivators weren't restricted in this world and could have vast strength. To people like him, his body was like a world. He pretty much didn't need any external help, and his strength was pretty much limitless. In this place, he was pretty much an omnipotent god. With a raise of his hand, he could shatter stars that were the size of the cloud world. Zhongsho broke into a laugh and didn't care. Shattering a star doesn't do anything to this world. This world is really interesting. Looking out, there were hundreds of millions of similar stars. Shattering this star was no different from shattering a small mountain or a stone in the cloud world. So it turns out that all qualities and all abilities are eternally unchanging. Speaking of which, it isn't that this world isn't complete, but when it stops expanding, it will be when this world is destroyed and reborn. In the cloud world, his spiritual sense could at most sense hundreds of miles away. However, in this world, it could spread billions of miles without any obstruction. He could cover half a galaxy, billions of stars within his spiritual sense. It seemed like he had unlimited abilities, but it was actually totally meaningless. That was because Zhongsho could see that there were close to 10,000 of these similar galaxies. The edges of the universe were also endlessly expanding. The only thing that surprised him was that here, he could sense the basic laws of the world very clearly. Looking at the evolution of this world, it has probably been formed for tens of billions of years. Unfortunately, although this world is huge, the number of stars that can be nurtured and formed is 1 in a billion. Some stars have evolved well, and there is hope, but they still need hundreds of millions of years. At least, within what Zhongsho could sense, there weren't any such stars. Since they were just some small things that couldn't be shown. They were even lower than ants. Samarim's spiritual sense moved around and finally focused on one place. That direction looked no different from other places. However, the space around was unnaturally twisted. If he wiped out these distortions, it would form a blind spot in his field of vision, a hole. This place should be the so-called black hole. Zhongsho smiled and continued to control the blue fire Xian turtle to fly in that direction. It wasn't just his divine abilities that had grown tremendously in this world. This blue fire Xian turtle was the same. Once it flew, it was pretty much like light. The surrounding time was totally still. It could also easily twist the void. It seemed like it was thousands of miles away from the black hole. However, when Zhongsho arrived here, it only took a few moments. However, he didn't dare to get close from 100 million miles away. In this place, all light was captured. All matter was swallowed. The vast power attracted everything around it. Even with Zhongsho's current omnipotent strength, he still needed to go all out to be able to stay in this space and not be affected by the black hole. Zhongsho was shocked as he looked at all of this in a daze. Actually, at this moment, he couldn't see anything. The light here was twisted and absorbed and couldn't enter his eyes. However, with his spiritual sense, he could sense that there was a huge hole not far in front of him. It was indescribably vast and majestic, smashing all the laws and Taos. It caused everything to return to chaos. At this moment, not only him, but even the blue fire Xian turtle under his feet was really well behaved. They were terrified of the heaven and earth phenomenon and also had thoughts of retreating. Even end realm strength is only SOSO. No, it is far weaker. Zhongsho sucked in a cold breath and his eyes shone. Then he laughed bitterly. No wonder the Buddhist faction would say that Zhongsho grasped the end of the universe and the beginning of the universe. If this black hole was placed in the cloud world, it could indeed destroy it. Chapter 862. Outside of the black hole, Zhongsho spent roughly 5 days. Only when his spiritual strength couldn't support him anymore did he slowly wake up from his meditation. The suction power of the black hole was getting stronger and stronger at every moment. Even 100 million miles away, Zhongsho was in danger of dying at any moment. If he wasn't careful, he would lose control of his body and be swept into the suction power whirlpool, unable to struggle out. Even during these 5 days, he spent half a day comprehending and then retreating far away, using the remaining half a day to recover his strength. The various power fields, various laws, space-time power were changing at every moment. While he was comprehending the Tao of heaven and earth, he had to pay attention to suppressing the surroundings and balancing out all the powers. However, Zhongsho didn't care about anything, just hoping to get as close to that giant hole as possible. His spiritual sense couldn't be spread out at all. The moment it leaked out, it would be swept away by the suction power and lost forever. The only way was to be really close to it, using his eyes and his mind to visualize it. And in those 5 days, he had personally witnessed it. Several billions of miles of stars that were no different from the sun of the cloud world were swallowed by the black hole, disappearing without a trace. This is the strength of the black hole. It isn't destruction, but the end of everything. Samaram's eyes shone as he looked billions of miles away. Who knows if it was a coincidence, but not long ago, he personally witnessed the forming process of a brand new black hole. 3 to 5 giant star systems away, a dim star collapsed and shrunk, finally forming a small black. Then it swallowed everything. Actually, Zhongsho shouldn't have been able to see this process. However, when the black hole formed, there was a weak change in power, which was why he noticed it. Zhongsho knew that what he sensed was actually scenes from billions of years ago. This brand new black hole was simply too far away. Even if it was light, it would take countless years to reach this place. Everything will decay. When it decays to the end, it will be like this. If it was any other world, it would have been destroyed long ago. Only this place, because the universe is simply too vast and is still expanding, is actually fine. Thinking of this, Zhongsho frowned slightly. Actually, this place was far from the true end of the world. It was only because of all types of special environments that this strange scene appeared, the laws of the end of the world appearing, and then merging with other things. In fact, it could already be considered an independent Great Tao law. However, Zhongsho's current situation was somewhat different. In his previous life, he had only seen some of the words accumulated in the black and white holes, as well as some superficial images. Most of the time, he could only rely on his own imagination. When he first visualized the black and white Dharma idol, he had to rely on himself to complete it. Then, he was lucky enough to see the scenes of the absolute beginning. Thus, he comprehended the true Tao that seemed right, but wasn't. Then, he thought that he was infallible and perfected it. However, he was completely unaware that he had already taken a fork in the road. When he looked again, he saw the black whirlpool in his soul remembrance and the enormous hole in front of him. There were many places that were different. Compared to this true black hole, my Dharma idol is closer to the end. Unlimited beginning and end Buddha. So, those few Buddhist venerables saw it clearer than me. Zhongsho thought about it carefully and then broke out into a laugh, shaking his head without caring at all. No matter how he looked at it, controlling the end of the universe and the beginning of the universe was much stronger than the black and white holes. Was this a blessing in disguise? by accident, he had broken away from this fence. With this understanding, when he formed the true image, he would have to pay attention and it would be much easier. It said that everything in this world is eternal and unchanging. However, where did the things that were swallowed go to? They wouldn't have returned to the starting point, otherwise the world would have been destroyed long ago. Samuraim's light flashed, and then he looked towards a certain part of the void. That was where many stars were gathered, the most concentrated and most eye-catching part of the galaxy. With this place as the core, this star cluster formed from billions of stars was slowly expanding. Every day, it was 100 million miles. However, in this vast void, it wasn't obvious at all. What a waste. 5 days is just too little, far from what I need. If I knew that this would happen, I would have left Lu Wushuang further away. Who knows where he has chased him to? Breaking out into a laugh, Zhongshou used a portion of wish power to suppress a portion of his bloodline. Then, he didn't stay here any longer and continued to travel in the air. It seemed like there were numerous distances, but it had to be calculated in trillions. Even if he flew at light speed, it would take a few million years. Zhongshou's temporary mount directly twisted space, stacking the space in the distance and then jumping step by step. In just half a day, he arrived in the Star Ocean. This place was covered in various colored halos, and there were numerous thick nebulas. Samuraim's light was focused on a point to the right of the core of the star system. From the outside, this white hole looked similar to those suns that gave off intense light and heat. There wasn't anything special about it. Only a cultivator like him would be able to detect the differences in the surrounding force fields, laws, and other changes. Similar to the black hole, it affected everything around it. However, it was even harder to get close. Zhongshou was only 250 million miles away. He felt like his body was about to burn up. The blue fire Xian turtle under his feet was sweating profusely. Layers of Xian ice formed on its body, but they all melted instantly. Compared to the pure and strong flame power here, be it the true sun flame or his sky-burning flame, they were too small and too impure. Like a firefly compared to the moon? No, it couldn't even compare to a firefly. It was more like a speck of dust. Weird. After being stunned for a moment, Zhongshou felt that there were some weird movements in his body. It was as if something was growing inside him. However, when Zhongshou split his attention to search carefully, he didn't notice anything. Everything was like normal. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Unable to find anything, Zhongshou could only shake his head and stop bothering about it. If it was in a different situation, Zhongshou would have backed out carefully to investigate. However, at this moment, he wasn't willing to waste any time. However, he didn't dare to get close. The black hole was retracted and all its strength was within. The white hole was released outwards in an extremely violent manner. It spat out large amounts of energy, light, and matter. It was 40% similar to the scenes of the absolute beginning that Zhongshou saw that day. Probably only in this world can there be such scenes of the beginning and the end. Thinking about it, Zhongshou didn't dare to waste any time. He first took out a few dragon tooth swords and placed them in front of him. Chapter 863. 300 million miles away from the white hole, a full 365 transparent mirrors formed from Xian ice were lined up in front of Zhongshou. It gathered all the light and heat in the area into one spot, condensing into a thread. The strength and purity of the flame power was even stronger than that of the white hole. On the dragon teeth, he carved bit by bit without any obstruction. The runes were also more connected and detailed. Zhongshou was unable to get within 100 million miles of the white hole. In theory, the true flame that could refine peak, celestial realm, and even god realm dragon teeth could also burn Zhongshou to pieces. Thus, after thinking about it, Zhongshou could only use such a shortcut. Originally, using external strength to craft a sword artifact was definitely not like how he spent so much effort to craft those Imperial Dao Dragon Tooth swords, where they were connected to one another. What Zhongshou did was to merge his spiritual sense into it to accept the roasting of the white hole true flame. Thus, at every moment, Zhongsho felt like he wanted to die. His soul ocean was being heavily damaged, and his head was in extreme pain. To be able to hold on, he still had the strength to sense the structure of the white hole in front of him. Zhongsho himself also felt that it was unbelievable. Probably only end-realm spiritual sense can roam freely here. I thought that my soul and spiritual sense had turned to yang. Only now did I know that I was still thousands of miles away. The essence of my soul still hasn't changed much. When I reach pure yang, I probably need to reach end realm. Only then can I truly not fear external things and exist forever. At this moment, Zhongsho spread out every bit of his spiritual sense. Often, when it reached 200 feet, it would be burned and then dissipate. It was even worse than when he was around the black hole. Luckily, to comprehend the mysteries of the white hole, he didn't need to spread his spiritual sense too far. He just needed to calm his spiritual heart and observe the surroundings. Be it martial cultivator or spirit master, the most important ability was to see the big picture from small things. Seeing one spot to know the whole picture. The range of his divine sense was only 200 feet. However, all the changes within these 200 feet were enough for him to pry into the essence of the white hole. Furthermore, he only needed to be careful not to be burned to death by the heat and light, or to be torn apart by the tyrannical energy and force fields. Speaking of which, it was much safer than the black hole that could swallow him up at any time. I've gained a lot, but if I want to understand all of its mysteries, I'll need at least 100 or 1,000 years. From the looks of it, I'll have to come back here to take a look if I can advance 1 or 2 levels in the future. Zhongsho's heart was filled with joy. 14 days in this world was no less than 100 years of bitter cultivation to him. Within his soul, the black and white hole Dharma had been perfected. Along with the 18 talismans and the star Tao seeds in his soul ocean, he also improved a lot. Due to the black and white holes distorting the void and destroying the laws of the world. All sorts of laws were laid bare before Zhongsho's eyes. To him, these 2 places were simply like an inexhaustible treasure trove. From this, Zhongsho sensed no less than 20 different types of heaven and earth laws. He didn't need to purposely comprehend them, just using his eyes to see, and he knew half of their mysteries. The black hole was restrained such that Zhongsho couldn't pry into it. As for the white hole, he could see its mysteries. The Tao that I grasped is enough. It is more than enough to exceed the 70 earth fiends. On the contrary, to merge these laws into the star Tao seeds, I still need some time. It will probably take a month or 2. At that time, he will be trying to break through to the celestial realm. Coming to this world was really beneficial to him. Who knew how much time and effort he had saved in these 10 days? Even his combat strength had increased by a large amount. What he saw these few days, even if he casually merged a little into his sword path, it was enough to greatly improve his sword path and martial path. Coincidentally, at this moment, there was a buzzing sound in front of Zhongsho's body. Zhongsho didn't dare to open his eyes around the white hole in case his eyes were burned. He laughed and knew that this was one of the 9 Imperial Tao Dragon Tooth swords that he had crafted when he was alive. With a thought, the sword flew in front of him. It is the Strength Tooth sword. What this Imperial Tao Dragon Tooth sword contained was the Tao of Strength. It was one of the main pillars of the 10 extreme Imperial Tao destruction, supporting one side of the sword formation. Zhongsho spread out the 28 swords and then casually tossed this sword into the sword formation. Along with this sword being in place, the entire sword formation gave one a different feeling. Before this, it was gathered but not condensed. The 28 swords were unable to truly merge into one. At this moment, it was like the 10 extreme Imperial Tao destruction sword formation had its own skeleton and was able to effectively use strength. Then, in just a moment, the second sword also buzzed. The Tao contained within this sword was the word void. The void of void and real void was added into the sword formation, instantly causing the 30 swords to dim and become more hidden. It was far from being able to cause the entire formation to switch between void and real. However, it could cause a third of it to be hidden at any moment. Speaking of which, This technique has some connection with Ao Kuin's existence and destruction technique. Just as Zhongsho was thinking about it, two more Dragon 2 swords were crafted and added into the sword formation. Each sword added and caused the surrounding sword energy to become stronger. It actually slowly repelled the unlimited amounts of light and heat and the white flames 3,000 feet away. With each main sword added into the formation, Zhongsho could feel that his control over the 30 swords became even easier. The power of the sword formation increased, but the consumption of soul sense decreased instead. With branches, there will be leaves. If I craft these branches, I will be able to add in more sword artifacts. 8 lower-grade main swords could support 64 sword artifacts, coincidentally the number of 8-9 Earth Fiends. Using this white hole to train the sword is much stronger than using the sky-burning flame myself. Mind and heart merging into one, it is even stronger than the 28 swords from before. During these few days, he had suffered so much. He took the initiative to split up his soul sense and burn it, so he didn't lose out. It should be said that he earned a lot. Although it wasn't a life sword artifact, he could use it as he wished, only a little weaker than the former. Following which, Zhongsho used his heart eye to look forward at the only sword that was still floating in the air. This was also the Imperial Dao Dragon 2 sword that Zhongsho looked forward to the most. Crafted with the canine teeth of the God Realm Instant Space Dragon, it was extremely tough and sharp. It also contained a lot of dragon aura. Before this, out of the 356 giant Xian ice mirrors, 2/3 of them were sculpting and refining this dragon tooth. The sword body was already a part of it, and the spiritual patterns were more or less done. Only the internal prisoners and the core of the artifact formation needed Zhongsho to do it personally. If it was in the past, Zhongsho's spiritual sense wouldn't even be able to enter. However, at this moment, using the white hole true flames to melt and soften it, he could barely do it. Zhongsho was really looking forward to the changes that the final power of this sword would bring to the 10 extreme Imperial Dao Destruction sword formation. If those 8 swords were just tree branches, then this mouthful would be the main stem. 72 swords, with a God Realm Dragon Tooth as the main sword artifact. 5 sets would be 365 swords, coincidentally the number of one cycle, using a Saint-level Dragon Tooth to control. A day later, Zhongsho retracted all his random thoughts and stopped looking at the white hole scenery. He focused fully on this God Realm sword. Slowly, he instinctively felt that within his blood and marrow, there was an extremely hot feeling. It was like magma was flowing in his body. At the start, it was like a gurgling spring, but a day later, it was like a raging wave. Zhongsho's body spat out white flames. At the start, Zhongsho thought that it was because he couldn't handle the flame power of the white hole. That was why. However, when he was slightly distracted, he noticed that he was the only one who was like that. The blue fire Xian turtle was still perfectly fine beneath him, trying its best to support the Xian ice giant mirror. Even the surrounding sword formation was able to push the flame power far away. Sword energy spread all about, its aura spreading all about. The surrounding heat was still the same, only where he was at the moment, the temperature was normal. Why is that so? Since it isn't because of the white hole flame, then why is it like that? Is it because of me? Like he thought about something, Zhongsho's heart jumped, shock appearing in his eyes. I remember that Chaho who mentioned that the marrow-burning blood spirit curse would infuse the blood spirit. However, there would be repercussions, causing the bloodline to mutate and causing endless problems. If I can't take it, I would be in danger of dying. Is that the reason? The moment such a thought rose up in Zhongsho's mind, he felt that his limbs were in unbearable pain. Sometimes it was like a pure knife cutting his flesh. Sometimes it was like his body was being split into numerous pieces. He felt as if every inch, every centimeter was being bitten by thousands of ferocious ants. His meridians flowed in reverse, his blood vessels expanding. There were also changes in his soul ocean. The flame that represented the Liu family bloodline continued to jump and slowly become full. Stimulated by this, the water Qilin, lightning phoenix, and nine-tailed sky fox were all crazily changing. They were going up against the sky burning flame, maintaining a balance. Numerous pieces of information exploded out and sunk into his memory. The growth of his bloodline power was also crazily absorbing the life essence stored up in his body. Is this the pain of the marrow-burning blood spirit? That's right, the Lu family generations were all good at controlling fire. Did the white hole flame cause the bloodline to mutate? After suffering from the marrow-burning blood spirit curse, I didn't find a cold and quiet place to calm down my meridians. Instead, I came here. Am I asking to die? Zhongshou smiled bitterly. This wasn't the right time. However, he was even more focused as he sent his mind into the sword artifact. How painful! It isn't something that a person can take. Chao Hu's words weren't empty. The pain of the dual meridians in the past was like child's play. It was 10 times worse than this. If it was the Zhongshou of the past, his mind would have collapsed. He barely held on. Who knows how long later, the sword artifact finally gave out a light ring. A dragon roar reverberated through the void. Chapter 864. The roar of a dragon reverberated through the void. An illusionary long-winged dragon appeared on the sword body. It struggled and roared furiously. Dragon aura spread all about like it wanted to fly out of the sword body. Then, the spiritual formation within the sword slowly activated. In the end, it cried out, and its body collapsed, turning into threads of spiritual light that was kept back into the sword body. Success! Zhongshou heaved a sigh of relief, persevering for a full day. This celestial sword was finally refined. It had also exhausted almost all of his energy, and he only felt that his mind was extremely tired. Just now, what he was most afraid of was giving up halfway. Days of hard work were all destroyed in a moment. The moment this Imperial Dao Dragon Tooth Sword was formed, it automatically joined into the sword formation. It caused the other 36 sword artifacts to give out a buzzing sound. The sword energy increased and went out of control, stabbing into Zhongshou's skin until it hurt. It was clear that the sword didn't have any spiritual sense, but it was a strong will that crushed in all directions. It was filled with the aura of the Tao, overbearing and barbaric. Zhongshou had a feeling that this sword formation didn't need to be controlled at all. In fact, he didn't even need to control it to circulate and defend himself. However, at this moment, he didn't have the mood. He wanted to test the completed sword formation to see how power was doing. Pretty much right away, he used his remaining spiritual sense to control the blue fire Xian turtle to retreat. He was 10 billion miles away, far away from the white hole. Then he observed his body closely. As expected, it is the Lu family sky burning blood, marrow burning blood spirit. Unlimited potential exploded out in his body. It caused his bloodline power to crazily grow. When Zhongshou breathed, he spat out white flames that burned the void. That extreme pain made him hate his body's ability to take it for the first time. He wished that his will was a little weaker. It would be best if he could faint on the spot, even if in the next moment he would be burned to ashes by the uncontrollable bloodline power and white flames. At this moment, what shocked Zhongshou the most wasn't the changes in his body, but that extremely familiar aura that had locked onto his position. It was that aura that was swiftly rushing over. It hurts. Zhongshou forced himself to endure. A trace of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth, but it was immediately evaporated by the power of the flames. He kept his last shred of rationality and kept thinking. You must leave this place as soon as possible. Although he intended to come here, he did not wish for Lu Wushuang to discover this world. This place was of great benefit to Xiuzha. The existence of the black and white holes made it extremely easy for others to see through his fundamental Dao foundation. Therefore, before becoming a saint, Zhongshou did not want this realm to be discovered by others no matter what. Moreover, he had no advantage against Lu Wushuang in this place. Only the chaotic Xuang Si could allow him to escape Lu Wushuang's pursuit. Without hesitation, Zhongshou's figure passed through this world. When he entered the void ocean again, his body swayed. Not to mention controlling the royal demon godly shuttle. Even maintaining his consciousness was extremely difficult. Zhongshou instinctively wanted to summon his few protector beasts from his sleeves. This was also one of the trump cards that he hadn't used. Be it Little Gold or Hanshi, their strength was enough to go up against Celestial Realm experts. As for Xiaori, it was a killing move in his hand. Not only was it a natural protector beast, but a few months ago, it followed closely behind the blue fire Xian turtle to step into Celestial Realm. With the four beasts working together, even if they couldn't beat Lu Wushuang, they could block for a while and help him get through this tough time. However, when such a thought rose up in Zhongshou's mind, he was stunned. Including the weakest lightning winged dragon, the four protector beasts were all in a deep sleep. Zhongshou's mind was already slow, and at this moment, he was slightly distracted. Only a moment later did he understand the reason. The four beasts were all his natural protector beasts, and their minds were connected to one another. Today, due to the marrow-burning blood spirit technique, he obtained numerous bloodline legacies related to the Sky Lu family: Nine-Tailed Sky Fox, Lightning Phoenix, and Water Qilin. It had a huge impact on the four protector beasts too. At this moment, they all fell into a deep sleep. On one hand, it was to defend, and on the other, it was to digest what they had obtained this time. This should have been a good thing. If they could get through this, their strength would have greatly increased. However, now wasn't the right time. Normal spirit masters can only ask for a divine beast, level heavenly protector spirit beast. However, Zhongshou, I'm going to die here. Out of the 5 protector beasts, only the blue fire Xian turtle could be used. However, although it was quick in Shuang Ocean, it wasn't as fast as the royal demon god shuttle. That person was getting closer and closer. Is there any other way to break free? Zhongshou had a feeling that if he could get through this, he would be able to reach Celestial Realm. However, at this moment, no matter how he thought about it, he was definitely going to die. All right, wish power. Zhongshou's eyes lit up and a bright glow appeared in his eyes. He was a decisive person, and at this moment, he was also on the verge of life and death. At this moment, he didn't think too much about it, forcing out all the wish power accumulated in his body to suppress the bloodline mutation. In just an instant, his entire body calmed down by a lot. Not only did his connection with Lu Wushuang become thinner and thinner, even his mind became a little clearer. However, he knew that this was only temporary. Sooner or later, the wish power accumulated in his body would be used up. At most, he could only use it for half a day. He needed more wish power to suppress his bloodline. He also needed to get rid of Lu Wushuang. With the current situation, he had no way to fight with this person. Speaking of which, the only chance of survival is that person who kept calling out to me. The world with 2 billion unlimited beginning and end Buddha believers. The moment he made up his mind, the blue fire Xian turtle spread out its 12 pairs of ice wings and flew in that direction. At the start, it was still okay. However, as the wish power was used up, the aura that had originally disappeared had once again chased after him. A strong spear shadow pressed over from afar, causing the blue fire Xian turtle to panic. In the end, it seemed to have caught up as a silver light shot out. 800 celestial realm breaths away, it sped through the air, along with a loud clanging sound. The giant shield in front of the blue fire Xian turtle couldn't block anymore. It was forcefully forced to the side. The front limbs of the Xian turtle were all smashed into pieces. Zhongshou looked on expressionlessly. His eyes were calm and filled with bitterness. Was this what they meant by man proposes, but God disposes? All his plans went down the drain because of this marrow-burning blood spirit. He only let down Irin, let down Kong Yao, and let down Ruashe. Thoughts flashed in his mind as he looked on as the spear's shadow flew over. However, he was unable to block it. A glimmer of hope flashed in Zhongshou's eyes. Wish power? The heavens didn't give up on me. The blue fire Xian turtle rushed over, and at the last moment, it finally arrived at the periphery of that world. It also allowed Zhongshou to see a chance of survival. Chapter 865. A giant whirlpool suddenly opened up behind him, swallowing the wish power around at full speed. Zhongsho didn't bother about the silver spear that was inches away. The moment the origin power was absorbed, it was scattered all around his body. It calmed down the raging white flames and the bloodline power. He actually allowed the spear shadow to pierce through his chest. However, just as the energy within the spear was about to explode out, Zhongsho was shocked. Zhongsho's body flashed, bringing the blue fire Xian turtle under his feet and suddenly disappearing from this place. In an instant, who knew how much distance he had crossed? He left behind a patch of blood that floated in the air. Along with the white flames being born from the blood, it turned into ashes. After Zhongsho teleported, he didn't stop at all. He went all out to use the instant space dragon pellet to change space. Only when the wish power was at its thickest did Zhongsho's expression relax. He knew that he was only truly safe when he reached this place. As long as he entered this world, not only could he reduce the explosion of the marrow-burning blood spirit technique, but he could also hide from Lu Wushuang's spiritual sense. This was also his only chance of survival at this moment. However, due to his tight heart, he relaxed for a moment. Zhongsho felt like he was about to faint from the pain. The sky-burning flame in his body started to burn once more. Zhongsho was slightly shocked and didn't dare to delay anymore. He gathered up the last bit of power in his body. He continued to teleport, forcefully tearing open the barrier and entering the world not far away. When Zhongsho's body disappeared, the void returned to silence. A few moments later, two streaks of light appeared, one in front and one behind. They sped through the air. The one at the front held a silver spear. It was Lu Wushuang. His brows were tightly furrowed as he looked around, his eyes filled with a weird expression. With a wave of his hand, some of the scattered powder flew into his hand. He placed it in front of his nose and sniffed. It's blood. Moreover, it was their Lu family's sky-burning blood. It should be because of the marrow-burning blood spirit technique. After the potential of the marrow blood exploded, it ignited itself. The figure behind him stopped, and within the light was a young man in his 20s. He smiled with a weird expression. Who knows what this young master Lu Shou faced? The hidden dangers of the marrow-burning blood spirit actually exploded out so early. If it were an ordinary member of the Lu clan, no matter how outstanding he was, it would take him at least 8 to 10 years. However, this person only used a few months. He's truly gifted. When Lu Wushuang heard this, there was no joy on his face. Instead, it was dark and sunken. He tightened his grip on the gun and turned around with killing intent. Marrow-burning blood spirit. Speaking of which, I, Lu Wushuang, have a grudge with him. Why do I need you to interfere? This secret art requires the blood of 36 members of the Lu family. Who allowed you to use such a technique to cripple my Lu clan? How audacious. They're just some outside brothers who can't be listed in the genealogy. Why should young Master Wushuang care? The young man said faintly. Even when he saw Lu Wushuang's forehead, there was no change in his expression. The Lu family has been passed down for 10,000 years, and who knows how many branch bloodlines there are. I thought that young Master Wushuang should know about the hardships of the Lu family people who were sent out. Although they have the sky-burning blood, they are unable to cultivate. To have a chance to sacrifice themselves is a good thing for them. At least they can benefit their friends and family. At the start, Miss Lu Zi's situation was only slightly better than theirs. Lu Wushuang's pupils constricted. The flames of rage in his eyes were about to explode. The teen opposite him slowly retracted his smile. I am under orders from country ruler Xuanya to serve young Master Wushuang. Naturally, I have to wholeheartedly help you plan. Today is the most crucial time for the next race leader, the battle for the sky-burning Saint Emperor. Although young Master Wushuang's combat strength is strong in the same generation and your military achievements are second. However, in terms of bloodline, you're only fifth. Although there is hope, there are many variables. How can I waste too much time for this Zhongsho? How would this matter have nothing to do with me? If I can solve it early, I will stop at nothing. He paused, and then the teen said leisurely, Or is young Master Wushuang confident that you can find traces of this person without using blood spirit power? Lu Wushuang held his breath. Zhongshu's void teleportation technique was indeed weird and magical. If not for the marrow-burning blood spirit technique, dozens of days ago, he would have been left behind by this Zhongshu. If he wanted to blame him, he was in no position to do so. He scoffed and continued to spread out his spiritual sense to search around. He still couldn't find where Zhongshu was. His connection with his cousin seemed to have suddenly been cut off, and there were no traces of him. Thinking about it for a moment, Lu Wushuang's eyes slowly locked onto a world not far away. Joy appeared in his eyes. Songling world. Although he didn't sense anything, Lu Wushuang could use the changes in the space power nearby, as well as the traces left by Zhongshu, to deduce where this person went. It seems like this person has some kind of secret technique to cut off his bloodline connection with young master. However, it seems like he is really exhausted. He doesn't even have the ability to cover his tracks. They all say that if the marrow-burning blood spirit technique doesn't have the corresponding restrictions to work with it, once it explodes, it will be extremely painful. If that is the case, for this person to be able to hold on till now, his spiritual sense and intent must be really strong. This person is terrifying. If there is no need, we can't be enemies with him. However, since young master has this chance, we should kill him. As the teen said that, the smile on his face became more and more weird. Songling world, I really don't know if this Zhongshu is really fated with our Lu family or if he is just unlucky. This place was recently opened up by our Lu family and was occupied by the Buddhist faction. After they were chased out, there were still many of them left. The few world protector Luohan have all fallen and power isn't here anymore. However, a few years ago, for some reason, the infinite beginning and end Buddha was born. He was about to descend upon this world and save the people of Songling world from the fire and water. Thus, there are many unlimited beginning and end Buddha statues all around Songling world. No less than 10 million, it is endless. Unlimited beginning and end? Lu Wushuang's brow rose up. Naturally, he had heard of this name. The future Buddha of the Buddhist faction, it was said that when Dari Rulai was born, he specially changed his scriptures. There was boundless light, boundless darkness, and boundless power. He was also the hope of the entire Buddhist faction to open up the Pure Land. However, it was said that the whereabouts of this so-called future Buddha had yet to be confirmed. The people of Songling world respected this Buddha and hoped that he would descend. This also meant that the people of this world still didn't want to be tamed by their Lu family. Shaking his head, Lu Wushuang scoffed coldly. This Zhongshu had to die in his hands. Even if the Buddhist ancestor descended in this world, he didn't care. Moreover, it was an unlimited beginning and end that he didn't even know existed. He clenched his fists and green veins popped out. Lu Wushuang took a step forward and stepped into the space barrier. What he saw was an ocean surface not far from a beach. As killing intent spread out, it caused the seagulls nearby to fly up. Lu Wushuang's face was cold as he looked into the sky. It was nighttime, and he could see a meteor falling from the sky. Lu Wushuang's eyes squinted. His eyes were filled with coldness. Who knows if this falling star was a sign of Zhongshu's death? At this moment, outside of Songling world, the 20-year-old teen had a deep smile on his face. Zhongshu? Interesting. This is really interesting. Everyone in the Lu family thought that he was a dual meridian body and trash. Who knew that he actually had such ability, reaching the peak of the spirit realm in a short 6 to 7 years? Such aptitude was truly inconceivable. Although he is lazy and doesn't want to use his ability to rule a country, he is able to let go and use people. The future sky-burning Saint Emperor of our Lu family. This person is probably more suitable than young Master Wushuang and the others. No wonder Fang Jue took such a risk. What a waste. Shaking his head, the teen sighed. Although that young madam was not bad, due to her birth, she received very little support from the Lu family. Based on what he knew, at least within the Lu family, country ruler Xianhua and country ruler Xuanya would go all out to stop her. And this time, the chances of that person escaping from Lu Wushuang's spear was really low. Pretty much at the same time, within common people's world, a girl rode on the back of a purple fire cavalry beast, standing tall in the middle of the army. She was tall and dressed in silver armor, looking really valiant. Although she was a girl, she didn't look out of place in this million-strong army. The surrounding soldiers would occasionally look over, their gazes filled with respect. At this moment, her brows were furrowed as she looked up into the sky. Just now, without any warning, she felt her heart skip a beat. A strong sense of uneasiness filled her heart. "It's my husband." In just an instant, Kong Yao knew where the uneasiness came from. Even though she herself had already destroyed the spirit eyes of the heavenly eye, she was still unable to do anything. There were still many remnants of the Kong family spiritual sense that they were born with. Gritting her teeth, Kong Yao took out the divination stick that she carried with her. She caused it to float in front of her body, causing the void to change. A moment later, her expression relaxed, and she was deep in thought. Is Taiji coming? Her face was really weird. Her husband most probably had too many good things recently, which was why he faced such a calamity. The key was that the divination behind wasn't a dragon trapped in shallow waters, but a dragon returning to the ocean. Speaking of which, it was scary but not dangerous. Kong Yao's lips curled up, and she broke into a laugh. She felt a little pitiful for her husband's opponent this time. Placing down the worry in her heart, Kong Yao's eyes turned and looked into the distance. At this moment, beside a cloud ocean, numerous troops were gathered here. Both sides were solemnly facing each other. The entire battlefront spread out for tens of miles. This was the shore of South Wind Continent. Opposite was the Yu Country army. On the other side of the cloud bank was a crimson ocean. The Qian country, close to 2 million troops were gathered here. This battle was a country wiping out war. Coincidentally, at this moment, a horse galloped over. "General Zhong Yuan, please give your orders. The enemy is afraid." "Do you want to attack and destroy the enemy?" Chapter 866. General Zhong Yuan, please give your orders. The enemy is afraid. "Do you want to attack?" Kong Yao came back to his senses and looked towards the left wing. Instantly, he could see a force of 30,000 elite cavalry dressed in red armor. They were charging and harassing the left wing of the Vietnamese army formation. They were split into dozens of groups, advancing and retreating as they wished. They split up and regrouped, sometimes speeding up, sometimes slowing down. The arts were dazzling to the eye. It was pretty much like the most exquisite art, extremely beautiful and eye-catching. This was the newly built Red Dipper Iron Cavalry of the Qian. They were passed down from the Qin dynasty and were the most basic soldier type. Grade 4 Dao soldiers were above average in terms of combat strength, but they were cheap and there were many of them. When Great Qin was at its peak, it could drown the entire cloud world. In this era, they could be considered an elite cavalry army. Till date, Great Gan had only built 30,000 of them. They were built after Chiu Wei took charge of the privy court and were his blood, sweat, and tears. The Qian didn't have enough Xiantian experts. However, those who were chosen had a chance to break through to Xiantian within a few years. At this moment, there were only 30,000 of them, but they gave off the aura of a huge army. It caused the Vietnamese army to be unable to deal with them. The originally orderly army was slowly becoming chaotic. The soldiers were terrified and their faces were ashen white. Just as Zhong Yuan had said, the time was right. They just needed one strike to crush the enemy left wing. As expected from an unparalleled general, cavalry charging and invincible. In just 6 hours, they haven't even fought and the blood cavalry hasn't even been used and the Vietnamese army is showing signs of losing. If we win this battle, Commander Zhong will take the credit. At this moment, Healy was praising from his side. This battle was the mission of the Pill Crane Race Army. It was a light cavalry attack to disturb Great Yu and waste their strength. In the past month, Healy had led his race to run around South Wind Cloud Continent. Only now did he have time. As for the main force battle, the Crane Race light cavalry was of little use. Frontal assaults weren't what they were good at. This was why He Li was able to look on from the side of the commander. In my eyes, General, he should be the one who contributed the most. When he said the word this consort, Kong Yao couldn't help but blush slightly. Until now, she was still not used to this title. Every time she talked about it, she would think of how ridiculous Zhong Shou was before he left. However, he had no choice but to do so, especially in the army, where rules are the most disorderly. At this moment, Kong Yao was not the inspector of the left corps, but the princess consort. He commanded and controlled all the Deqian armies. When Zhong Shou left, he temporarily took charge of the situation for him. Xinyuan Iren was addicted to pill refining and was also proving her Dao through seeking pills. Even if there were occasionally directors, they were mostly involved in government affairs. Just like Zhong Shou, he would not casually interfere in things that he was not good at. Deqian seemed to be safe for the moment, but she couldn't help but replace Zhong Shou to take control of Deqian's war affairs. Zhong Shou gave her power, allowing her to freely move the troops to conquer all around. This was also her life's dream. If not for General He and the Sky Fox race disturbing their land, causing the Yu dynasty to panic. Our Deqian has an army, but we might not have been able to so smoothly ascend the Cloud Continent. He Li smiled and didn't argue, but he also didn't show any self-satisfaction. In fact, without their month of tough battles, the Yu army had no choice but to retreat to the back. Deqian definitely wouldn't have been able to attack the shore so easily. However, without the thousands of warships, 2 million troops cruising outside of the Cloud Ocean, locking down 90% of the Yu army forces, how would they be able to be so free within Yu country? This wasn't the work of the Pill Crane race, but the Sky Fox race too. The Crane race was good at flying, while the Fox race was good at illusionary techniques. The two of them complemented one another. From what I can see, there are many Taoist people on the other side. As expected, they want to interfere in this battle. These people are unable to change the situation, but they can assassinate the commander. Princess, please be careful. Just a bunch of clowns. Kong Yao looked across, dozens of miles away, at the tightly packed crowd. She could also see the Yu country ruler Yuan whiling on the carriage. His eyes were red, his expression furious and vicious. A few months ago, he had predicted his fate. His face was sickly ashen white. She had heard that since this person was defeated in Huizhou, he had been addicted to wine and women, pretty much not bothering about court matters and doing many preposterous things. Speaking of which, one couldn't blame him. That time in Huizhou, Zhang Huai had dealt a heavy blow to him. Close to 80% of his elite troops had been lost. The 1,000 warships of the Yu dynasty had half sunk into the Cloud Ocean. During this year, the Deqian Navy had locked them down, and trade was pretty much cut off. The internal powers were stirred up by the Deqian and were in chaos. The battle today was just a final struggle. How could he not know that he was in a predicament that could not be solved? Although the Taoist faction was interfering, before they had absolute confidence, they wouldn't interfere too deeply. The more ambitious a person was, the crazier they would be when faced with a dead end. It wasn't surprising that they would do anything. However, speaking of perverted, Kong Yao instinctively thought back to that night. She couldn't help but scoff. He most probably couldn't compare to that fellow. Shaking her head, Kong Yao came back to her senses. She straightened her back. Her expression was really solemn. Order the troops to strike out. Tell Commander Zhong that the left wing just needs to crush the enemy. We need to leave some strength to prepare for war. With that order, the Red Ocean instantly gave out the sound of armor plates vibrating. Amidst the explosion, it slowly surged forwards. The aura was vast, like a steel wall pressing down on the enemy. He Li, who was at the side, was speechless. They only needed to defeat the enemy? Stop in time? Even at this moment, even though victory was in their hands, they still didn't forget to be careful. However, there was indeed no need to take the risk. Who knew whether or not the enemy would have any methods to fight to the death? As long as the army crushed the enemy in front of them, advancing step by step, they would be able to crush the already unstable Great Yu. Those who were truly good at war didn't have any achievements. To be good at using strength, they just needed to create a country-destroying situation. Those powers within your country would naturally jump out one by one. Those cities would also change sides one by one. The elite cavalry would maintain combat strength at all times to prevent accidents from happening. The outcome of this battle wasn't something that could be changed by external forces. Today was the day that Great Yu would be destroyed. Before his last bit of consciousness was wiped out, he sped into this foreign world that was calling out to him. Zhongshou kept the blue fire Xian turtle and tried his best to travel in the air. His mind couldn't think at all. He could only rely on his body to fly towards the place that he felt was the safest in this world. A moment later, there was a heavy thud. He felt like he had fallen into a small lake. Then, his eyes turned black and he fell unconscious. Who knows how long had passed before Zhongshou woke up from his deep sleep. Right away, he spread out his spiritual sense to sense the surroundings. First, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was still alive. It seemed like he didn't fall into Lu Wushuang's hands. Before he fainted, the wish power that he tried his best to absorb had some use. It was so close, but Lu Wushuang still hadn't found it. Then, he observed the surrounding environment. Zhongshou's brows furrowed slightly. What thick wish power? It seems to be a Buddhist temple. However, it is really secluded. He remembered that before he fainted, he seemed to have fallen into a lake. Why did he come here? Moreover, this Buddhist temple was really secluded, built in a large primitive forest like they were afraid of people noticing it. Suddenly, there was a creaking sound outside the door. It was the wooden door being pushed open. Zhongshou forced his eyes open and looked outside. He was startled and actually felt a little shy. Only now did he realize that he was naked. However, it couldn't be compared to the shock that the woman who walked in gave him. Jingyin. She was the one that he saw with his spiritual sense that day. She was extremely similar to Jingyin, like she was born from the same womb. How was it so coincidental? Following this, Zhongshou comprehended something and knew that this wasn't a coincidence, but before he fainted. He instinctively flew towards the spiritual sense that he left in this world. This place was also the place where wish power was the thickest in this world. When this Jingyin entered and saw that he had woken up, she was delighted. Then she felt shy. However, in the blink of an eye, she returned back to normal. She was really calm. Even when she looked at Zhongshou's body, it was like she was looking at something really normal. You are awake? Carrying a water basin, Jingyin walked to his side. Then, she used a wet towel to wipe Zhongshou's body. Roughly 3 days ago, when Master and I passed by Xiaolin Lake, we noticed that you were unconscious in the lake. Thus, we asked Master to bring you back to save you. I wonder if you're feeling better now, benefactor? Before this, Jingyin was really worried. Master said that she couldn't see through your illness. The temperature in your body is 100 times that of normal people. She was helpless. She could only wait for you to wake up, or you might never wake up. Zhong Shaxin felt really weird. So this girl was also called Jingyin? How is there such a coincidence in the world? Not only did they look the same, but even their names were the same. The feeling that they gave one was similar. They were both fresh and pure. It wasn't that she came to this world today, and it was indeed a sudden situation, but her expression didn't change. He nearly thought that this was a trap specially set up for him. However, what was going on? Zhongshou's body was already a celestial body. He couldn't truly make his body flawless, but it was already pure and translucent, like a crystal. Originally, there shouldn't be any impurities in his body, but for some reason, at this moment, his body was covered in sweat. His entire body was covered in a layer of black sweat, and the smell was slightly pungent. Jingyin didn't care at all, carefully cleaning his body. Only when she reached his lower body did she feel slightly awkward for a moment. She carelessly wiped a few times, but it didn't affect that thing. With just a few touches, it stood up like it was a pillar that supported the heavens, looking really majestic. Jingyin was even more embarrassed. The calmness from before was all gone. She didn't dare to use her eyes to look, turning her gaze elsewhere. Chapter 867. Zhongsho also felt really awkward. He knew that the sweat on his body was the evolution of the bloodline power in his body. The sky burning flame and the other bloodlines forced out the remaining impurities in his body, only because his body was close to the celestial body, which was why it was a light black color. It was a good thing that the sweat wasn't burned by the flame power. It also signaled that the sky-burning bloodline had finally calmed down. At this moment, the heart-piercing pain was still there. However, compared to before, it wasn't as bad. However, as for what it was exactly, he needed to look into his body and meditate to know. At this moment, Zhongsho was only trying his best to calm down the thing below. In the past, with just a thought, his internal energy could slightly calm it down. However, for some reason, it was totally useless today. The more he thought about it, the more that thing wouldn't fall. When Jingyin's hand touched it, its blood vessels expanded and green veins popped out. It caused Jingyin's eyes to have no place to look. She hurriedly wiped it a few times before moving it to another place. She said, "Your body is special." Even Master said that you're the weirdest person she has seen in her life. Your body is as hot as a furnace, but you are still alive. That day in the lake, there were tens of thousands of fish beasts around your body, fighting and killing. Shizuan said that you, benefactor, should be a very capable person. You seem to have been injured by those demon fire demons, which was why you fainted. Zhongsho listened on quietly. Then, large beads of cold sweat flowed down his forehead. At that time, he forgot that his celestial body was a huge, nourishing medicine to those beasts. Even if they could only swallow a bit of his flesh and blood, it would greatly increase their strength. Below celestial realm, normal beasts naturally couldn't hurt him. However, as time went on, Lu Wushuang would find out sooner or later. In 3 days, anything could happen. Fortunately, this pair of master and disciple passed by and rescued him in time. If not, he would have turned to dust in Lu Wushuang's hands. Mocking himself, Zhongsho gathered his spiritual sense once more and reached into his chakra meridians and limbs. In just a moment, he was deep in thought. The wound on his chest had completely healed. At this moment, the changes in his body didn't stop as he had expected. Instead, it was increasing in strength, extracting large amounts of his life, true energy at every moment. As for the other 3 bloodlines, they were in no way inferior. The bloodline imprint of the water Qilin had already been imprinted into the depths of his body. As for the 9-tailed black fox and lightning wand, they were also unrestrainedly stretching. Sky-burning blood, as expected from an aristocratic family with 3 end realm experts in 50,000 years. As for the other 3 bloodlines, only the water Qilin could contend against it. The 9-tailed sky fox and the lightning wand were still slightly inferior. Although they were divine beasts, there were very few experts within the 2 clans. The sky-burning Lu family had 3 end realms in 50,000 years, and who knows how many Saint Realm experts they had. He had already strengthened his bloodline to its limits. As long as one was a member of the Lu family, without the guidance of a teacher, one could cultivate to the saint level just by relying on the martial arts and memories passed down through the bloodline. At this moment, the internal energy and soul power in his body automatically spread around his body. Along with the remaining wish power, it suppressed the various changes in his body. Zhongsho looked closely and his brow furrowed. He couldn't leave this power for even a moment. Instead, he needed to strengthen it. It was both suppressing and guiding it. It caused his body to change so that he wouldn't change in an unknown direction. As for his body, it was constantly being regenerated and reconstructed. However, it was also being destroyed by the tyrannical power. In other words, he had no strength to fight a chicken. No, he was purely relying on his own strength, and he couldn't move at all. The only thing that could be used was the dense power of belief in this world. Roughly speaking, if he went all out, he would be able to use God realm strength in this world. However, he needed to use his black and white dharma to be able to use it. Although the heaven-devouring energy conversion technique could devour and purify it, It was absolutely unable to gather and unify all the power of belief that was scattered throughout this world. If he used the Dharma, the unlimited beginning and end Buddha, the good news was that he didn't need to worry about his own safety in this world. Even Lu Wushuang wouldn't be able to beat him. If he messed with him, a black hole Dharma would be able to smash that person into dust. However, if he used the black and white Dharma, there was a chance that the Buddhist faction would notice. If he really wanted to use this power, he would only use it when he had no choice. Zhongsho smiled with an ugly expression. When he came back to his senses, he saw that Jingyin had already placed the wet towel back into the basin. Her face flushed red, but she couldn't help but sneak a peek at his lower body. She was really curious. Zhongsho was speechless. Where is this brat looking at? However, she felt a little proud, which made his lower body look even more vicious. He coughed dryly. Zhongsho continued to spread his spiritual sense outwards to search while asking curiously, "What world is this? Where's this place? Why is this Buddhist temple in such a faraway place? What world is this?" Jingyin was startled, and then she smiled sweetly. "Benefactor, you are indeed not from this world. Master also said that you should be a celestial from the outer region. So why did you end up here? As for this world, it originally didn't have a name. Only when the Buddhas descended did this world have the name Leping World. I hope that the people of this world can be happy, safe, and prosperous. However, 300 years ago, a devil fire evil demon descended upon this world and abandoned the name of Leping World, changing it to Songling World." Demon fire, evil demon? Songling World? Zhongsho's expression turned serious. He had only heard of this name dozens of days ago. Originally, he didn't care, but looking at his situation, he had to continue to stay in this Songling World for a period of time. He had to investigate the situation in this world. The Lu family was huge, along with thousands of worlds under them. There were numerous powers and races. Who knows, there might be a time when he would have a conflict with these so-called demon fire evil demons. Are they from the outer region? Where did they come from? I heard that they are from the sky-burning Lu family. They have 800 medium-sized worlds. 300 years ago, close to 1 million troops descended in this world. They were all good at controlling flames, killing gods and Buddhas everywhere. She paused and looked towards Zhongsho with a weird expression. Just now, when she mentioned the sky-burning Lu family, she could sense that Zhongsho's body shook like he was shocked. This world has been under the rule of the sky-burning Lu family for 100 years. Oh, right. I remember Master said that your injuries were caused by the evil demon flames. The last sentence was filled with probing intent. When Zhongsho heard this, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. What was this? In his panic, he tried his best to escape from Lu Wushuang's spear, but he ended up in the enemy's lair. Chapter 868. Beside a secret forest, Zhongsho was casually using his hand to point to the left and right. He acted willfully, but as long as he touched it with his fingertips, everything would disappear in an instant or suddenly explode. As expected, this wish power can be used. Zhongsho only knew a little about gods. However, he had fought dozens of battles with those Taoist faction protector gods in the cloud world. He had a deep understanding of how they used their god power. At this moment, he gathered the wish power of the Songling world to use this black and white Dharma ability. Although he couldn't use it as he wished, there weren't any obstacles. However, it is still a layer away. After all, the so-called wish power comes from the heart of others. I don't have the Buddhist faction relics, so when I use them, I can't compare to those true gods and Buddhas. It didn't involve power, but it consumed a lot of wish power. Using the same ability, his wish power consumption exceeded that of the gods and Buddhas by 70%. However, he could at least keep his life. To be able to use the so-called unlimited beginning and end Buddha power, then as long as there were 300 million Buddhist faction believers in this world and no Saint Realm experts attacked, Zhongsho would be fine. Then, Zhongsho would be perfectly fine. At this moment, 7 days had passed since he woke up. His body was still paralyzed, and he was unable to move. He could only sit on the wooden wheelchair. The reason why he could move his fingers was because he used wish power. Unfortunately, he wasn't familiar with it. It was okay if he used his soul to control it, but once he used it within his body, there were all sorts of situations. The actions of his hands were also extremely stiff at this moment. His limbs and bones were still like they were being sliced by knives. Even with the thick wish power here, it was unable to totally suppress this marrow-burning blood spirit technique. It was still mutating and advancing, sucking out his true essence. However, the process was slow, and it wasn't as intense as when it exploded out at the start. At this moment, Zhongsho was feeling both pain and joy. Along with a thought rising up, a white flame rose up in his palm, along with a few different colored streaks of lightning being injected in. The flame instantly turned black. The strength of this lightning blaze, thousand flash, is 10 times stronger than before. All of Zhongsho's power was scattered in all directions, suppressing it within his body. However, only the power of the bloodline could be used. Although the marrow-burning blood spirit art was a calamity, once it was completed, it would become a calamity. However, it would cause his physique to grow explosively and his abilities to increase greatly. However, the most important thing was the memories that came from the bloodline imprint as his bloodline was developed. There were divine abilities, as well as descriptions of the 4 great Daos of water, fire, lightning, and illusion. This marrow-burning technique, pretty much each time it acted up on a large scale, Zhongsho's attainments in spiritual cultivation would improve. The 4 true spiritual talismans in his body were close to the perfect level. Along with it, the other related talismans and star Dao seeds would also be greatly improved. This time, I will lose at least 200 years of my lifespan. However, he had to thank the person who used the marrow-burning blood spirit technique. I really don't know how to repay this favor. The memories of divine abilities hidden in the bloodline were different from the scriptures and records in the world. The latter placed the concept of the great Tao in words. As for the former, it was passed down through thoughts. There were many techniques in the world, many key points of cultivation that could only be understood and couldn't be passed down through words. Even if it was written down in the ancient era, one needed to comprehend it themselves. Bloodline memories were different and could be directly grasped. After the matter, one just needed to organize it and deepen their memories. What these 200 years of lifespan exchanged for was that Zhongsho needed at least 1,000 years to comprehend it. This was undoubtedly a shortcut. In comparison, the price he paid wasn't worth mentioning at all. Apart from suppressing the changes in his bloodline, Zhongsho was also using the wish power here to train his body. Unfortunately, he couldn't use the Iron Sand Secret technique, and the process was much slower. I just need 10 more days to go through the tribulation. If it wasn't for the foundations of my body, I could even do it now. However, it isn't easy to hide from Lu Wushuang. With the Book of Ian, each day was a full 10 days. If he didn't care about the consumption, he could even speed up half a year in a day. His current foundations were getting thicker and thicker with each passing day. It was improving at an unimaginable speed. Looking at the black and white holes, marrow, burning blood spirit, they all benefited him greatly. At this moment, after all the hard work, it was time for him to reap the fruits of his labor. The only problem was how to safely go through the tribulation. As long as he stepped into celestial realm, he would be able to suppress this marrow-burning blood spirit technique. At that time, he wouldn't fear Lu Wushuang and would have the ability to fight him. Forget it. As they say, when the water flows, the boat will naturally cross the bridge. If I really can't avoid it, then when I go through the tribulation, I will have a good battle with him. In the past, in the cloud world, such situations didn't happen before. Spirit realm cultivators, no matter which world they were in, were recognized as celestials. However, they were false celestials. Only by forming a golden pellet or forming a true image in Dharma could one be considered a true celestial realm cultivator. Thinking about this, Zhongsho tossed aside all the random thoughts. He used his wish power ability to push the wooden wheel forward. Then, he looked below with interest. That day after talking to Jingyin, he found out that this wasn't a temple, but a nunnery. The reason why it was built deep in the mountains and forests was to avoid being forced by those demon fire, evil demons. That day after he woke up, Zhongsho was shifted to this lone cliff in the back mountain. Based on what Jingyin said, the nunnery was filled with women. He was a guy living inside. Even if he was paralyzed, it was still inconvenient. This was what he wanted. Not coming into contact with people would reduce the chances of Lu Wushuang noticing him. It was nighttime, and where he looked, smoke rose up. Most of the women in the temple were working outside. At this moment, they all returned. Their faces were filled with exhaustion. Apart from that, there were many Buddhist faction believers who came from thousands of miles away. However, the people in the nunnery didn't dare to receive them. The doors were tightly shut. Based on what he observed, this nunnery, known as Shuiwen Nunnery, didn't accept the offerings of believers. The 3,000 nuns in the nunnery were all self-reliant. Amongst them, there were many who had great strength. Naturally, there was no one above spirit realm. As for the believers, they didn't force the issue. They just stood outside the monastery and worshipped silently. Often, they would leave after half a day. Looking at such a scene, Zhongsho was really relaxed. This wasn't the first time he saw this. Since he woke up, it had been the same situation for several days. He didn't care much about it and wasn't curious at all. He was only in this world to avoid the tribulation. It was best if he didn't have as much cause and effect as possible. As long as he repaid Jingyin and her master before he left, he would have nothing to worry about in this Songling world. You came here again, Jingyin's voice, which was like a clear spring in an empty valley, sounded once more. Chapter 869. Along with the voice, Jingyin walked to his side. Her clear black and white eyes were filled with resentment and reproach. Zhongsho was helpless as he turned around. As expected, this brat was holding an exquisite lunchbox. Without needing to guess, he knew that it was food and medicine. The medicine was okay, but that Shuiwen nunnery head was really skilled in medicine path. She might even be above Xianyuan Irin. She helped him break his meridians several times, although it couldn't solve the pain of burning marrow. However, she made a medicine that could reduce the pain and suppress the burning marrow. To him, although it wasn't of much use, it was better than nothing. As for food, Zhongsho was now in the spirit realm and had long passed the Anidia realm. His body was like a small heaven and earth, self-sufficient. Not to mention a day or two, even if he didn't eat or drink for 100 years, it wouldn't matter. This brat didn't believe him, saying that her master was also at the peak of the heaven realm and was at the Anidia realm, but he needed to eat 3 cows' worth of food for a meal. People who were seriously ill needed food to replenish their bodies. This was why each day, he still had to eat 3 meals a day, and she would send the medicine and food over. Zhongsho was speechless and could only let her do as she wished. This brat had just started to cultivate and still looked at the world from the perspective of a normal person. She also didn't have the concept of spirit realm and celestials. In her eyes, her master was the strongest. How could Zhongsho be the same as a normal cultivator? Even her master, that Xiaoye, ate 3 cows every meal for cultivation. When one used the martial path to train the body, the consumption was huge. Zhongsho had the same experience in the past. At that time, he was really hungry and wanted to swallow everything. He tried to persuade her, but she didn't listen. So Zhongsho didn't explain anymore. It wasn't that he was lazy and didn't care, but that he was happy to see her succeed and was secretly delighted. Zhongsho took the food box and opened it, swallowing the medicine in one gulp. The medicine seemed to have been improved by a lot. The moment he swallowed it, he felt an icy cold feeling rise up in his chest. The sky-burning words that were attacking his apertures were also suppressed. Zhongsho squinted his eyes. As expected, Monk Xiao also knew that he had the blood of the Lu family in his body. If it wasn't for the fact that they already knew the true cause of his illness, it would be extremely difficult to concoct such an appropriate medicine. Zhongsho couldn't help but laugh when he thought of the graceful middle-aged female monk he saw half a day ago, and then he thought of this woman, the Taotai who swallowed 3 cows in a day. Originally, when training the body, Kong Yao and Ruoshui couldn't be refined. However, there was the demon warding pill that Xin Yuan Iren made. Just 1 pill was equivalent to the work of an ox, and the effect was even better. It's a pity. Although this person is skilled in the Tao of medicine and has great medicinal knowledge, he doesn't know the art of alchemy. Otherwise, he would most likely become an alchemy grandmaster. Putting down the medicine bowl, Zhongsho's eyes looked towards the few dishes. There were only a few vegetarian dishes, and they looked ordinary. However, surprisingly, they aroused one's appetite. Zhongsho picked up a piece of tofu and placed it in his mouth to taste. Then, a satisfied and enjoyable expression appeared in his eyes. He loved good food and even specially studied it. However, at this moment, he had to admit that this girl's culinary skills were far better than his. Moreover, there were other mysteries to it. Each plate of vegetarian dishes made Zhongsho feel the meaning of the Tao. This was also the reason why Zhongsho gave up on trying to stop her and instead silently agreed to it. To him, the food cooked by this woman was simply the best enjoyment. Jingyin's gaze was weird as she looked on quietly from the side, a glow flashing in her eyes. She wanted to speak but stopped, hesitating for a moment before finally opening her mouth to ask, "Benefactor, is it really so delicious? However, my senior and junior sisters all said that my dishes are a little weird." "How is it weird? But I can't say." Zhongsho couldn't help but laugh when he heard that, thinking that naturally these dishes were weird. It was supposed to be steaming hot, soft, and smooth tofu. However, when one ate it, it felt really cold and really tough. How could it not be weird? He didn't know how Jingyin did it. He had actually fused some of the laws of ice and toughness into the food. It had a unique taste and was extremely unique. If it was other people, even if they felt that the taste was really good, just the texture would make them retreat. If one's cultivation didn't reach a certain realm, how would one be able to comprehend the mysteries? Iren used pills to prove the Tao, while this girl used food to cultivate the Tao. She was really special. Zhongsho had eaten all kinds of delicacies, but he had never come into contact with such a delicacy. It really made one captivated. He found it weird before, but thinking about how this girl's words had the power to stir up cause and effect and fate, he didn't find it weird anymore. "It is delicious." Those few simple words made the girl beside him so happy that she was about to jump up. Zhongsho was deep in thought as he looked at Jingyin's bright and clean head. The Jingyin of the cloud world had already returned to the secular world when she came to his side. He only saw the nun version of Jingyin in this world. She was really cute. "You were just 16, in the prime of your life. Why did you shave your head? As a nun, you have to follow the rules and can't date." "What's so good about that? Why do you say that?" Jingyin frowned and felt that Zhongsho's words were a little old-fashioned. However, looking at his age, he was just similar to her. Although our Buddhist faction rules prohibit marriage, we never stop men and women from dating. However, I am prepared to become a nun here, to use my pure body to accompany the unlimited beginning and end Buddha and serve him for the rest of my life. Only then did Zhongsho know that the Buddhist faction rules in Songling world were different from the cloud world. The cultivators of the cloud world all wanted to break away from the secular world and become monks. The Taoist faction was still okay, but the Buddhist faction had to follow all sorts of rules. However, this world didn't seem to have such rules. That's right, the Buddhist faction rules in the cloud world were influenced by the Confucian faction. In the early years, the Buddhist faction was indeed seen as a perverted and evil sect. If one looked closely at the scriptures, one would know that this sect didn't mind the matters between men and women. Instead, they respected it a lot. If not, there wouldn't be such a Buddhist venerable. When he heard the latter half, he felt speechless. Why did he feel like he had sinned so much? To let such a cute girl use her entire life to serve him was something that the heavens wouldn't allow. Unlimited beginning and end Buddha, the future Buddha of the Buddhist faction? Zhongsho broke into a laugh, I heard about it in the outer region. However, the Buddhist faction didn't even confirm who this person was. He might not be able to become the future Buddha. Who knows? He might have already died. Why waste your entire life for this ethereal future Buddha? Right as he said that, he stopped. Jingyin's expression was really ugly. Her eyes were filled with rage. He seemed to want to reprimand him, but he held himself back. Jingyin's expression was unusually cold. I will act like I didn't hear what Benefactor said. The future unlimited Buddha is the decree of the various Buddhas and definitely won't be wrong. How can I allow you to blaspheme him? Her voice was filled with coldness. Even if it is as Benefactor said, I have no regrets and am willing to do this. Chapter 870. Even if it is as you say, I have no regrets and am willing to do this. Not only was her voice cold, but it was also filled with decisiveness. Zhongshou expected this and shook his head. However, have you thought about how even if there is an unlimited beginning and end, he might not be willing to respond to your wishes? You've devoted your whole life, and all you got in return is nothing? Even the words of those few Buddhist ancestors might not come true. The so-called boundless future Buddha was none other than him. Naturally, he was really clear about his own thoughts. He couldn't bear to say these words, and also because of that prophecy. The one who started it needed to untie it. It would be a little problematic for him to break the cause and effect and fate powers involved. However, if this woman changed her words and removed the word spirit, it would be much easier. Jingyin was stunned and looked at Zhongshou in shock, like she was finding it weird that Zhongshou said that he would respond to her wishes. Then, she smiled. You really know how to read people's hearts. Jingyin's motives for serving the unlimited Buddha aren't pure. More than half of Jingyin's family had died in the hands of those devil fire fiends. The remaining ones are doing hard labor in the desolate lands. If I want my family to leave this place, I can only place my hopes on the future Buddha. Only when the unlimited Buddha descends can the people of my leaping world escape from this calamity. She said leisurely, moreover, with our situation, what can we do if we don't believe in this Buddhist scripture? It is said that the sky-burning Lu family controls 800 worlds in the outer region and numerous armies. When my leaping world was at its peak, it was said that we had 200 guardian deities. At that time, we were helpless, much less now. Zhongshou was instantly speechless. The so-called guardian deities were the spirit realm cultivators of the Buddhist faction. Guardian deities, Luohan, Bodhisattva, Venerable Buddha. These four Buddhist faction realms corresponded to spirit realm, celestial realm, God realm, and saint realm. Above them were the Buddhist ancestors. Till date, it was said that there were only the primordial Buddha, past and present Buddhas. Speaking of which, it did make one feel helpless. Although there were three end realms in charge, the Buddhist faction was too weak. However, the Buddhist sects started too late and were suppressed by many other powers. Even if they occupied this Songling world, they wouldn't be able to keep it. They would be chased out by the Lu family. Just as Jingyin had said, the immeasurable beginning and end Buddha was their only hope and hope. If he gave up, then there would be nothing left. At this moment, Songling world indeed didn't have the strength to go up against the sky-burning Lu family. With a slight sigh, Zhongshou shook his head and stopped trying to persuade him. He could only think of a solution after he left. At that time, he might be able to take her away and show her the outer realm. Perhaps he would change his mind then. He had a thought in his heart that he wanted this girl to directly meet the other Jingyin. He then asked curiously, why do you call those people from the Lu clan demons? From what you've said, it seems like everyone in this world hates the Lu family to the bone. As far as he knew, although the sky-burning Lu family plundered resources from the various worlds, the sky-burning Lu family didn't have the ability to do so. However, the reputation of the sky-burning Saint dynasty had always been good. After all, they had tens of millions of years of accumulation and their methods were quite gentle. With 800 medium-sized worlds with rich resources as a foundation, it was more than enough for a race. This was why they weren't like other newly risen powers who would use all means to plunder and drain the pond to catch the fish. Instead, they were famous for their management skills. Under the nurturing and protection of the Liu family, they were able to raise their grade. This time, Jingyin hesitated for a moment before saying, "The Liu family rules are that all believers of the Buddhist faction have to pay 60% tax on their income. If they change their faith, they only need 40%. The people of my Leping world have all been taught by the Buddhist faction for hundreds of years, so how would they change their faith so easily?" Zhong Shou shook his head. Those words were obviously not true and were just half-hearted. 60% tax, compared to the Yuanren world, wasn't much. It wasn't too heavy and was something they could afford. If they couldn't take it, they could just change their faith. In terms of kindness, the Liu family had already ruled this world for 20 years. The Buddhist faction had been swept clean long ago. Any kind of kindness would have faded by now. However, the people of this world still weren't willing to yield. There had to be another reason. The strength of their faith in the Buddhist faction could be seen from the thick wish power accumulation in this world. Jingyin was still shallow and really pure. Zhongshou's face was filled with unhappiness, and he couldn't take it anymore. He knew that Zhongshou was already angry and changed his words. Although the tax is heavy, it isn't much. However, the Liu family will take 1 out of 10 of the new kids in our Songling world. They forcefully take them away, and then we don't know where they are. I heard that they are people of our Songling world and have special bodies. Before he finished, he was interrupted by a dry cough. Zhongshou looked out and saw a middle-aged, beautiful nun walk in from outside the forest. Expressionlessly looking at the red-faced Jingyin, she sighed, "Actually, there is no need to hide it from you. As long as you ask around, you will know a thing or two. The people of our Songling world all have special bodies. They're naturally good at controlling fire. It was said that when all babies are born, there's a little Xiantian fire essence marrow in their brains. It seems to be beneficial to the Liu family. Many people guess that those kids were forcefully taken away to be used to refine pills. Xiantian fire essence marrow." Zhongshou was stunned, casually pulling Jingyin into his arms. He grabbed her wrist and then took her pulse. A moment later, his eyes were filled with understanding. It really was the case. There really was such a thing in the brains of the people of the Songling world. It should have been there after the mother was born. As time went on, it would slowly be infected by the impure energy. For example, Jingyin only had a little left. However, if the people of this world trained in fire element cultivation methods, they would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort and improve really quickly. As for this Xiantian fire essence marrow, this item wasn't of much use to cultivators. However, to the Liu family people, it was a top treasure. Be it used to refine pills, craft artifacts, or directly consume it, it was beneficial and could strengthen the bloodline power. This was also the reason why the Liu family people only took the babies. He instantly felt annoyed. In the past, he wasn't willing to be with the Liu family because of his parents. Then, at this moment, he really felt disgusted and didn't want to have anything to do with this race. To take the Xiantian fire essence marrow, those babies would have no chance of survival. What was the point of eating humans? Such a beast with the face of a human and the heart of a beast actually came from the same bloodline as him. Just thinking about it made him feel uncomfortable all over. This is why, although the taxes of the Liu family are light, the people of our Leping world are always thinking about chasing these demons away. We hope that the unlimited beginning and end Buddha can descend on this Leping world. Chapter 871. However, Xiaoya's tone was filled with pity and helplessness. During these 20 years, no matter how bad the situation was, no matter how the Liu family forced us, our Songling world people didn't have any intentions of changing our faith. The Buddhist scripture that descended 3 years ago made the people of our Songling world all delighted. She smiled bitterly. However, we have waited for 20 years, and there are still no results. To the various Buddhist venerables and the unlimited beginning and end Buddha, They probably don't have much time to bother about the wishes of our people. I also thought about how our Buddhist faction has billions of believers. If everyone has wishes, how would the various Buddhist venerables bother about them? Who knows when the unlimited beginning and end Buddha will truly descend? When Jingyin heard this, a weird expression appeared on her face. She exclaimed, "Master, why do you say that?" Xiaoya shook her head and didn't say anything. Zhongsho, who was at the side, was enlightened. 1 out of 10. No wonder that Songling world people hated the Lu family so much. He shook his head and could hear the grievances hidden in her words. However, he didn't know about the wishes of the believers in Songling world. Even if he knew, what did the pleas of some people who had nothing to do with him have to do with him? Did he have to give it to them just because they asked? What kind of theory was that? What kind of logic was that? However, when he heard those words, for some reason, Zhongsho felt guilty. However, if he wanted to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, snatch this Songling world from the hands of the Lu family. Between him and the Lu family, it wasn't just 1 or 2 battles. He shook his head, and Zhongsho tossed aside those thoughts. His parents matter, the battle for the direct bloodline. The grievances between him and Lu Wuxuan. His conflict with the Lu family was already problematic enough, and he didn't want to be involved in more. He remembered that Zhao Yinran always said that he was tough on the outside but soft on the inside. He didn't want to admit it. At this moment, if that crazy woman knew what he was thinking, she would definitely mock him. If Erin found out, she would most probably go all out to help the people of this world. Benefactor, please don't blame me. Xiaoya has lost her composure. At this moment, Monk Xiaoya returned to normal and smiled. Actually, I came to find you for another matter. Over the past few days, I've been observing Benefactor's internal condition and have gained some insights. If I'm not wrong, are you also a descendant of the sky-burning Lu family? With a light clang, the food box in Jingyin's hand was knocked over. He looked at Zhongsho in disbelief. She clenched her fists tightly and gritted her teeth. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of her lips. It was as if she had never thought that the person she had saved out of the kindness of her heart was actually the evil demon that she had mentioned. Zhongsho, on the other hand, was calm and composed. Exactly. Who knows what Zen Master is planning to do? You want to take my life here to avenge your brothers? Or will you chase me away and leave me to fend for myself? If it was 3 days ago, I might have had such thoughts. Xiaoya shook her head. Benefactor, do you know that a few days ago, the Lu family Yintian Manor suddenly ordered the world to give 10,000 gold and 100 years of lifespan as a reward to find a person with white flames, regardless of life or death. Today, they spread out their claws and fangs to search. They even didn't let go of those places within this world that no one has been to before. This is why Xiaoya boldly guesses that Benefactor's situation in the Lu family is worrying. At least you are enemies with the Yintian Manor head and not friends. Your bloodline is pure, and your identity in the Lu family is definitely not simple. Zhongsho had stayed here for several days and roughly knew that the Yintian Manor was the center of the sky-burning Lu family's jurisdiction in this world. The Yintian Manor head was the ruler of this world. He was a really smart person, and even before Xiaoya finished, he already knew what she meant. If they couldn't fight head-on, then they would attack from within. His lips curled up. You were smart to know about the internal conflicts of the Lu family. However, the Lu family has disappointed you. Although I, Zhongsho, have the blood of the Lu family, I am someone with a different surname. To them, I'm just a bastard with a mixed bloodline, a humiliation that they have to get rid of. They have no intention of fighting for the sky-burning Saint Emperor position. I think it is best if you don't have such thoughts. There was no falsehood in his words. Based on what he knew, there were indeed many people within the Lu family who looked at Zhongsho like that. The moment these words were said, Xiaoya's expression changed. On the other hand, Jingyin heaved a sigh of relief, a relaxed expression appearing in her eyes. How is that possible? Xiaoya gave out an ugly smile and was about to say something. However, Zhongsho suddenly frowned and looked at the person on the cliff. He was shocked as the two of them followed his gaze and looked over. Moments later, Their faces were ashen white like paper, only to see smoke and dust rise up in the distance. A large group of cavalry charged about in the forest. Where they passed, trees were broken and birds and beasts flew away. They were all grade 6 Dao soldiers. There were a total of 2,000 of them who charged outside of the monastery. Even before they smashed into the monastery gates, those believers who were kneeling down didn't stop. All of a sudden, blood and flesh flew all about. Hundreds of people were trampled into meat paste by this cavalry. Xiaoye and Jingyin's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. They quickly closed their eyes and chanted, "Unlimited beginning and end." Zhongshu's pupils constricted and a cold expression appeared on his face. Without needing to guess, he knew why this army appeared here. Strictly speaking, these people died because of him. Behind the Liu family cavalry, there were tens of thousands of troops that rushed over from behind. They caused the tens of thousands of believers outside of the monastery gates to flee in all directions and be smashed into pieces. Those grade 6 Dao soldiers were still okay. After they arrived, they just stood quietly outside of the mountain gates. The other cavalry soldiers laughed out in an unrestrained manner. Some of them waved their whips and chased after the believers to whip them. Weirdly, although the Songling world people were dodging, they were numb, like they didn't care about life and death at all. Sometimes they even stood on the spot and didn't dodge, allowing the mounts to trample them to death or whip them. Zhongshu instantly frowned. This situation surprised him. These Songling world people were mostly commoners and didn't have the ability to go up against an army. If they resisted now, they would just be asking to die. However, looking at the situation, they didn't fear death. However, since they didn't fear death, then why didn't they go all out to fight against these enemies? Just as he found it weird, Xiaoye opened her mouth. My Buddha said that life is like a dream. Life and death is caused by karma. Life is a continuous line that will go through numerous reincarnations and thousands of lifetimes. This life is just a fragment of this line of life. This is why even if one faces hardships, one doesn't need to be angry and hate. One can bear with it and wait for the next life. If devout believers die, they can enter the pure and peaceful world. Most of these believers had experienced painful and tragic things and wished that they could die to end it all. They hope for the next life or to enter the legendary pure and peaceful world. Although these people are evil, it is what they want. Zhongshu was deep in thought when he heard that. He remembered that the Buddhist scriptures didn't say that. Apart from reincarnation, the Buddhist faction also had merit to persuade people to do good. Why was it twisted to such a state in this Songling world? He was furious in his heart. What he hated the most about the Buddhist faction was that the believers chased the next life, the future. What Zhongshu cared about the most was the present, to fight for every moment. That is because to us, life is so long and we can't see any hope. Rather than living like this, why don't we just die? After saying that, Xiaoye bowed towards Zhongshu. Just now I did have some shameful thoughts. However, with my current situation, as long as I can help my Songling world people get out of this situation, no matter what, I am willing to try. If I have offended you, please forgive me. At this moment, the temple is busy, so please forgive me for not being able to accompany you. Jingyin's identity is special. Her father and mother both died in battle with the Liu family. Please take care of her. Before she could finish her sentence, there was a change below. A green-armored male rode out from the army. He looked coldly at the tightly shut temple and casually waved his sleeves. It caused the old wooden door to shatter. It was also like a signal. The many armored soldiers behind this person charged into the monastery like wolves and tigers. All of a sudden, exclamations rose up within the temple. The female monks inside were all fleeing in panic. Xiaoye didn't dare to stay any longer, her body flashing as she left this place. Jingyin's hands clenched tightly once more. Just as she was about to leave with Xiaoye, she was suppressed to the spot by a strong power. Without needing to think, she knew that it was done by Zhongshu. She instantly stared furiously at him. However, Zhongshu turned his head and looked back curiously. Are you also looking forward to the next life? Jingyin didn't think carefully, instinctively shaking her head. Master said that for us Buddhist cultivators, each reincarnation cycle, each life is really important. We can't be numb, and we need to fight back. We can't give up everything because we know about the next life. All the ups and downs are cultivation, and we need to experience them carefully. Zhongshu's impression of Xiaoya instantly changed. These words were really suitable for him. Since you aren't looking forward to the next life, then let's just wait and see. While he spoke, Zhongshu's spiritual sense spread out into the distance. He avoided all spiritual senses and covered the entire temple. A cold and sharp expression flashed across his eyes, filled with killing intent. In just 7 days, he would be able to break through to spirit realm and break away from the marrow burning blood spirit technique. He really didn't want Lu Wushuang to notice his tracks at this time. However, if he had no choice, then he had no choice. He couldn't let the thousands of nuns in the entire temple suffer an undeserved calamity because of him. He saved him, but instead caused a calamity for himself. Compared to Lu Wushuang's pursuit, he didn't want to feel guilty towards others. However, moments later, Samaraim's eyes were filled with doubt. The killing intent that was originally raging slowly retracted. The soldiers below seemed really aggressive. Some of them had evil looks in their eyes. However, who knows if it was because the sky-burning Celestial Dynasty army was really strict or because they were worried about something. However, within this temple, they followed the rules really tightly. To be continued. Chapter 872. After monk Xiaoya appeared, the Lu family soldiers became even more well-behaved and didn't dare to be arrogant. Even if they did anything, they would just tease or touch the bodies of the nuns. These tens of thousands of people were like locusts as they searched the temple. They dragged out many girls and nuns from the rooms. Most of them were sick people in the temple, and 70% of them were pregnant. Their bodies all trembled, and their faces were filled with panic. Luckily, those soldiers didn't have any intentions to do anything. Since they didn't find anything in the temple, they spread out into the forest to search. A portion of them headed towards the back mountain. Jingyin's face was filled with worry. Although there was a spiritual formation laid out by Xiaoya, and normal people wouldn't be able to notice it, it might not be able to hide it from the Lu family experts. Zhongshu was really calm. The illusion formation on the cliff was laid out really well. Even celestial realm experts might not be able to see through it. That monk Xiaoya was not only good at medicine, she was also an all-round talent. Moreover, even if people noticed, they would just reveal his identity as the unlimited beginning and end Buddha to have a battle with him. However, the moment such a thought rose up, he heard a loud laugh from below. So, there are other mysteries here. Along with this voice, a crack appeared in the void. Along with a crisp cracking sound, a figure suddenly stepped out from within. It was that green-armored male who seemed to be the commander of the army. At this moment, with a raise of his hand, he tore open the void. He also totally destroyed the illusionary formation here. A fire-like spiritual sense spread throughout the area. Jingyin was the first to be unable to take it. Her limbs went soft as she knelt on the ground. When he saw the two of them in the forest, his brow rose up, and then he smiled. As expected, you were hiding here. However, the person who was looking at him wasn't Zhongshu, but Jingyin. As for Zhongshu, this person just swept him once and didn't pay much attention to him. Lan Jingyin, do you know that I've been searching for you for 4 years? The pain of missing you was really endless and indescribable. He only knew that it was unforgettable. He thought about it day and night, wanting to get close to her. I don't know if I can fulfill my wish today. Grabbing with his hand, a vast and boundless energy forcefully grabbed at Jingyin. He was about to drag her body in front of him. Then he saw a white, jade-like hand suddenly reach out from the side. With a light point, he easily dissipated the energy. It seemed to be effortless, and indeed, he did not use much strength. The green-armored man's expression changed slightly. He frowned and looked at Zhongshu. This time, he carefully sized it up and then laughed involuntarily. This ability is not bad, just based on this ability alone. There's also a place for you among the immortal step experts. However, I can see that your blood is not flowing smoothly and your chi is clashing. Clearly, you are heavily injured and not far from death. As the azure-armored man spoke to this point, his tone suddenly turned stern. You're just a person who's about to die. Why aren't you recuperating? Why are you here seeking death? You dare to interfere in my, Lu Shichen's matters? Without any signs, numerous sharp shadows spat out from Lu Shichen's sleeves. Many small sword shadows, less than 10 inches long, stabbed over like a storm. Zhongshu's expression turned serious. His only hand that he could move flicked out in front of his body. It directly caused those thin swords to fly away. At the start, he was still unfamiliar with it, but then he slowly became familiar with it. His two hands were like flowers and butterflies, forming a layer of finger shadows in front of his body. It was watertight, causing the sword light to fly away. At the start, he was still able to hold on. However, slowly, all the remaining energy in his body was used up. Pretty much each strike would cause the wheelchair beneath him to take a step back. When the sword light rushed over and the sword fingers clashed, there would always be a fierce fire energy that would penetrate into his body. It was not a threat to him, but it could cause his limbs and meridians to twitch in pain. Half a breath later, when all the sword light and images dissipated, one could see that the sky was filled with flying swords. Tens of thousands of them spun like a whirlpool, giving off a huge aura as they covered the entire cliff. Lu Shichen's face was filled with surprise. He clicked his tongue. You were actually able to take a strike from me when you were heavily injured. Who knew that in this Songling world, within that old nun's Shueyuan nunnery, there would be such an expert like you? However, looking at your situation today, how many more strikes can you take from me? Zhongshu's mouth was bleeding. When he heard those words, he only found it amusing. Similarly, an indescribable rage rose up in his chest. He was originally like a god dragon, high up above, roaming the 9 clouds. At this moment, he was being bullied and looked down on by an ant. In his life, he had never been in such a predicament. Slightly shaking his head, Zhongshu sighed. The situation today was definitely not going to end well. Since that was the case, then why was he hesitating? It seemed like he was going to fulfill the wishes of those Buddhist ancestors and venerables. The moment such a thought rose up, the black and white Dharma in his soul ocean suddenly expanded. Using his spiritual sense, he could feel that the thick wish power that spread throughout the area was boiling. Like a whirlpool, it was swiftly sweeping in all directions, like an ocean and a wave. Zhongshu's spiritual sense suddenly spread out at that moment. With the unlimited beginning and end Buddha statues as nodes, it seemed like there was no end to it as it spread out in all directions. He felt like the entire Songling world was being controlled by his spiritual sense. Zhongshu's spiritual sense instantly went into a daze. An instant later, he came back to his senses. He was filled with disbelief as he used his spiritual sense to wave the wish power. Was this the wish power of the gods? He really didn't dare to think about it. He felt like as long as he was in this Songling world, he could do anything. His strength could be endless, and he didn't need to worry about not being able to continue. All of the abilities and spells that he had comprehended in the past seemed to be able to be unleashed with extreme ease. At this moment, I just need to craft a relic Dharma, and I can use the billions of wishes to attain the unlimited beginning and end Buddha position, God realm, Buddhist faction Bodhisattva realm. Moreover, it is the supreme diamond indestructible disaster crossing golden body of the Buddhist faction. Legend had it that once this ability was formed, not only would one's body be like a celestial artifact, but one would also have an indestructible body. As long as the relic wasn't destroyed, one's physical body would be able to recover endlessly. No matter how heavy one's injuries were, it wouldn't harm the foundations. It was only weaker than the undying, indestructible body of those end realm experts. Zhongshu forcefully suppressed it, going against the temptation of reaching the heavens in one step. He tried his best to use his spiritual sense to control this vast and endless power. Opening his eyes once more, a cold glow appeared in Zhongsho's eyes as he looked forwards expressionlessly. If the marrow-burning blood spirit didn't act up, this person was just a clown and wasn't worth mentioning. At this moment, he could be wiped out with a flick of his finger. Coincidentally, Lu Shichen casually waved his sword, causing the sword light in the sky to sweep down. Chapter 873. My sword formation is known as the Void-Burning Sword Formation. It came from ancient artifact cultivators and is one of the grade 10 Saint Spirit secret techniques passed down by our Lu family. Today, you should feel honored to be able to die under this sword formation. Many small sword shadows charged down along with Lu Shichen's words. Millions of sword shadows were like a surging river as they descended from the giant whirlpool above. Just as they were halfway down, numerous white flames burned up, covering the sky and covering the earth, giving off a huge aura. Jingyin's face was devoid of blood as she stepped forwards. Just as she wanted to protect in front of Zhongsho, she was suppressed by Lu Shichen's strong intent such that she couldn't move at all. Zhongsho laughed coldly. The light around his body started to twist. One side slowly dimmed while the other side was extremely bright. His right index finger flicked out, wanting to destroy this annoying thing that didn't know whether it was dead or alive. However, in the next moment, they heard a cold scoff. Stop! Lu Shichen, if you dare to kill people here, I will kill you. Even if I have to die together with you, I will ask for justice. Lu Shichen's sword attack stopped. All the flying swords stopped in midair. The few of them looked out, only to see Monk Xiaoya's face was dark and sunken as she walked over from below the cliff. Her gaze was like a knife as she stared at the green-armored male. My Shuiwen nunnery was built because the manor head personally promised it. Secluded from the world, not passing down Buddhist techniques, not accepting incense, and also not participating in worldly conflicts. 20 years, we followed the rules and didn't cross them. You Lu Shichen are trying to kill people here. Are you going against the agreement that year? Lu Shichen's brows were tightly furrowed and then relaxed. Looking at Jingyin, he mocked coldly. That year the manor head had other intentions when he promised you to build this nunnery. It wasn't for you to hide such a person with an unknown background from my Yintian manor. You are referring to Jingyin? Speaking of which, you used the excuse of searching for that Yintian manor criminal because you have ulterior motives, but because of her? Xiaoyu's aura did not decrease, but instead increased. She took a few more steps forward. Jingyin has already become a monk a few days ago. She has jumped out of the secular world and no longer has any connection with the Lan family. The manor head had also promised that as long as the people of the Shuiwen nunnery didn't violate the rules. You can't be bound by the rules of the world. Lu Shichen, it's best if you put away those evil thoughts of yours as soon as possible. When Lu Shichen heard this, he laughed. After becoming a monk, he will jump out of the secular world and no longer have anything to do with the Lan family. Is this the rule you set? I must take her away today. What are you going to do about it? Xiaoyu's expression changed. He then clasped his hands together and bowed, his expression as cold as ice. 10 days from now is the agreed date to hand over the children. If benefactor insists on doing so, I can only break the contract. At that time, please give the manor head an explanation. Lu Shichen's face instantly turned green and white. She stared at Jingyin with longing and unwillingness in her eyes. Then, he stared at Zhongsho with murderous intent in his eyes. He had scruples in his heart, so he couldn't do anything to these two nuns. However, it was okay to kill the person in front of him. However, Xiaoyu opened her mouth. This person has a deep relationship with the Xiaoya sect. If you dare to touch him, I would rather die than live in dishonor. Lu Shichen squinted his eyes and scoffed coldly. Forget it, 10 days? You can only protect them for 10 days. I can afford to wait. At that time, let's see what else you can do. After saying this, he waved his sleeves coldly and left. Zhongsho's brows furrowed, but in the end, he retracted his soul. It was best if he didn't use this wish power if he could. Once this person left, Xiaoyi sighed. Her face was filled with bitterness as she sighed. I have frightened benefactor. What a joke. Today, our Shuiwen nunnery is safe because of the agreement with the Tianyin Manor head. Every year, the Tianyin Manor would choose pregnant women with great talents who were subjected to the Liu family's secret techniques to be taken care of by our Shuiwen nunnery so that they could give birth safely. Although we were lucky to be able to delay for a few days, in my heart, I feel really guilty. Xiaoye has sinned a lot, and within these few decades, I have been tortured by my conscience. Zhongsho was startled and looked down the mountain. No wonder there would be so many pregnant women in the nunnery, giving birth safely, and then the children would be taken away by the Tianyin Manor to extract the Xiantian fire essence marrow. Speaking of which, this Xiaoye could be killed. Jingyin said unhappily, Master, why do you have to be so bitter? You had no choice at the start. 20 years ago, you went around helping the world, saving who knows how many people. Liu Tianyin used millions of lives to threaten you, so you had no choice. To be able to protect this 3,000 miles of land, you should be really meritorious. Xiaoye's expression was still dim as she shook her head and didn't speak. Zhongsho was too lazy to listen anymore. There might be a reason within, but it wasn't something he wanted to know, and it had nothing to do with him. He only found it weird that Liu Shichen didn't recognize him. That Liu family bloodline was indeed suppressed by his wish power, and there weren't any white flames wrapped around his body. However, his appearance couldn't be wrong, right? Liu Wushuang and the Yintian Manor searched all around in this world. Didn't they tell the people below what he looked like? Moreover, this person's position in the Liu family wasn't low. He led 2,000 grade 6 Dao soldiers and should be someone with a lot of power in the Yintian Manor. So why didn't he know? Zhongsho found it weird. Suddenly, he had an idea and looked down the mountain, only to see many soldiers holding scrolls and facing the believers outside of the nunnery, identifying them one by one. Zhongsho casually reached out, silently and without anyone noticing. He took out a scroll and held it in his hand. With just one look, he broke out into a laugh. As expected, it was his appearance on the scroll, no matter which part it was. His eyebrows, eyes, nose, and ears were all the same. However, when he looked closely, he had a really weird feeling. His impression was totally messed up, right but wrong. There was nothing wrong with the painting, but he couldn't recognize his true appearance. His memory was also in a mess. If one looked at it for too long, one would feel dizzy and dazzled. Messed up technique, so that is the case. Is it the Yintian Manor head? Liu Wushuang only hated that he didn't die, so he definitely wouldn't do anything to the painting. The only person he could think of was the Yintian Manor head. It seemed like that person wasn't loved by everyone in the Liu family. The Liu family head of this world seemed really unwilling to end things and return so early. Zhongsho shook his head and returned the scroll in his hand. His eyes flashed as he looked into the sky. Jingyin, if you can complete one wish, what would it be? Jingyin was stunned. First she felt that it was preposterous. Then, Zhongsho's expression was really solemn. Thus, she instinctively wanted to say that she wanted the unlimited beginning and end Buddha to descend. However, right as she was about to speak, she changed her words. I only hope that all the women in our Tsangling world won't have the pain of losing a child because of the Xiantian fire essence marrow. Chapter 874. All the women in Tsangling world wouldn't feel the pain of losing a child because of the Xiantian fire essence marrow. Zhongsho was silent. In the end, he was still dragged into this. Forget it. He used the wish power of this world to train his body and more or less had some cause and effect. He would do something for the people of this world as repayment. He could also fulfill Jingyin's wish and repay the kindness of saving her life. He was deep in thought as he looked down at the temple below the cliff. These pregnant women seemed to be sent over in batches. There was also a portion of them who were going to give birth in these few days. He didn't notice it before, but now that he looked closely, he realized that the situation wasn't right. There was indeed a secret technique in the bodies of these women. When the babies grew, they were stealing the life force of the mother's body at every moment. After they were born, not only would they be really strong and healthy, but the Xiantian fire essence marrow would also be really pure. However, although this method was amazing, there was something wrong with it. If one didn't control it well, the mother's body wouldn't be able to take it and would die from weakness. This was probably the reason why Tianyin Manor handed these pregnant women to Xiaoya to take care of. Even those beasts wouldn't do such a cruel thing. Laughing coldly, Zhongshou retracted his gaze. Then, he turned his wheelchair and returned to the only small hut on the cliff. I need to go into secluded meditation for 10 days. Don't disturb me. He didn't bother about the shocked gazes of Xiaoya and Jingyin. Zhongshou waved his sleeves, and a few mind stones scattered in all directions, cutting off this straw hut from the outside world. It also blocked out Xiaoya's vision and spiritual sense. With a thought, a full 37 Imperial Dao dragon tooth flying swords appeared in front of his eyes. Samuraim's gaze was focused on the white flying sword in the middle that gave off specks of starlight. This was the first celestial artifact grade sword that he had crafted based on the 10 extreme Imperial Dao destruction formation. Actually, strictly speaking, it couldn't be considered a celestial artifact. This sword could only be used by relying on the sword formation and couldn't be used alone. This was why in just a few short days, Zhongshou was able to craft it. However, he still felt really excited. The moment this sword was formed, his sword formation had a true core. That was indeed the case. Once the sword was integrated into the sword formation became even more powerful. The entire 10 extreme Imperial Dao destruction sword formation changed once more. The 8 swords from before were only to give the sword formation its own bones and support its flesh and blood. However, this sword allowed the other 36 swords to truly possess their own souls. Although it wasn't a sword spirit, it felt even more superior. Power can increase it by nearly double. Just this sword formation alone doesn't require me to control it. Within the celestial realm, there are few who can match him. Zhongshou had not had the chance to test the formation, but he could roughly guess what it was. He also had a faint feeling that as long as 4 more immortal swords of the same grade were added, this sword formation would be able to produce a complete artifact soul. That's not right. It's not being born, but being resurrected. The artifact soul of the 10 ultimate Imperial Dao annihilation sword formation from the ancient times had reappeared in the world. What a marvelous sword formation! Zhongshou took in a deep cold breath, disbelief appearing in his eyes. If it wasn't for confirmation, even if the artifact's soul revived, it would be connected to his spiritual sense and would have nothing to do with that ancient person. He would most probably give up on this sword formation. However, if that was the case, he might be able to find the locations of the other swords in the complete ancient sword formation. With special methods and spiritual materials, the effects would be no weaker than the swords he personally crafted. Although it was really complicated and needed many precious spiritual materials. However, it was still better than him crafting a new one. Following this, he shook his head. This matter was still extremely far away from him. If this sword formation can be completed, then it might be able to be destroyed. Who knows, it might be able to be on the same level as the common people's sword formation that Shi Zi's master cultivated before he fell and was sealed. Zhongshou took out the Star Dao seeds in his heart space. At this moment, there were a total of 64 of them which wrapped around his body. Following which, he directly injected the ocean amounts of spiritual energy stored in the many celestial stones into the book of Ian Extreme Life. At this moment, he was unable to use his true chi and spiritual sense. Naturally, he couldn't split his attention to craft the sword. What he had to do now was within these 10 days, which was around 100 days of time. He had to make slight adjustments to the entire sword formation to make it more perfect. When he used it, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. Next would be the Star Dao seeds. Within 100 days, he would add another 8 to reach 72 Earth Fiends. At that time, his foundations would be incomparably firm. Although he wouldn't be able to step into late spirit realm like when he went through his tribulation at the peak of heaven realm. However, he would be invincible among celestial realm cultivators. He was also looking forward to the outcome of his battle with Lu Wushuang. I was chased for a full few months. I need to take back all this anger to be satisfied. Zhong Shou had an idea and looked into his sleeves in shock. My injuries are healed? How quick? With a flick of his hand, a beam of blue light flew out from his sleeve. It was the blue fire Xian turtle that was lightly injured when it took Lu Wushuang's spear attack head-on. Its body actually shrunk and turned into a small turtle, gleefully flying in front of him. It could be big or small, celestial phenomenon. Speaking of which, it has already advanced. Knocking on the turtle shell, Zhong Shou thought to himself that, as expected, this fellow was indeed intermediate celestial realm. When it was chased by Lu Wushuang, this fellow fought with him several times. It seemed to have comprehended something and actually charged into the intermediate celestial realm. Apart from that, the wish power in the turtle's body had already disappeared. It should have been digested and used to strengthen its body. The turtle shell was also shining. This god realm Xuanwu shell should have been totally refined by it. This item could be compared to a top celestial artifact. Even when it was stabbed by the silver spear, it was perfectly fine. The blue fire Xian turtle's body was a little weak and was slightly injured. Zhong Shou couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. This turtle was a little mysterious. It had just gone through the tribulation for a year, and its cultivation actually improved. Little Gold and Hanshi didn't take the chance to catch up. Even in terms of true combat strength, it was really strong. In Zhong Shou's heart, he was looking forward to the other few little things sleeping in the spirit beast bag. That marrow-burning blood spirit technique made him feel really painful. There were several times when he wanted to give up and die just like that. However, it also allowed him to benefit a lot. He could sense that Hanshi was a natural variant, but Little Gold, Xiaori, and the lightning wing dragon would only benefit more than him. Who knows how much they would grow after they woke up. Just nice. They can help protect me. The blue fire Xian turtle waking up made Zhong Shou feel more at ease. He directly closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. With this beast protecting him, even Lu Wushuang wouldn't be able to do anything. In a short while, he wouldn't be able to do anything to it. After stepping into intermediate celestial realm, it was even more so. The so-called Tianyan Manor was built on the highest peak of Songling World. It was 73,430 feet high and could look down on all living beings. On the peak of the mountain, there was a fire cloud that spread 10,000 miles. However, when Lu Shichen stepped into the Tianyan Manor, a cold energy struck his face. The temperature was just right, although the Lu family people were good at controlling fire. However, he also did not like being in the middle of flames at all times, with the flame as his master. Without needing anyone to report, Lu Shichen headed straight for the main courtyard. After crossing a few courtyards, he arrived in a garden. He cautiously looked around and fixed his gaze on the center of the garden. He saw that there were two people sitting opposite of each other. One of them was the master of the Tianyan Manor, his ruler Lu Yintian. The other person's identity wasn't simple. He was one of the 37 young masters of the Lu family, sky-burning celestial dynasty grade, 3 military governor Lu Wushuang. In terms of identity and position, he was above Lu Yintian, who was a world lord. There were many servants who were serving him carefully. What was most eye-catching was the lake not far away. Only to see a 10,000-foot, red-scaled, snake-like giant flame beast coiled up in the lake. Although it was a fire beast, it seemed to like staying in the water. Since Lu Shichen entered, that pair of vertical pupils stared coldly over. That gaze was like it was sizing up food. Lu Shichen was covered in cold sweat. This was Lu Yintian's protector beast, known as the shark snake. It was a natural variant and loved to kill. Although there was only one, it was enough to fight against thousands of protector beasts. It was only late celestial realm, and even god realm cultivators might not be its match. At this moment, Even if he knew that this beast was controlled by Lu Tianyin and wouldn't do anything to him, he still felt terrified. Just now, did you go to Shuiwen Nunnery? The voice was calm and came from the side of the stone table. It also caused Lu Shichen to come to his senses. That's right. It was a search for that Zhongsho. Not long ago, someone saw a ball of white light land near Shuiwen Nunnery. This was why I was suspicious. It was the search for that woman called Jingyin, right? A few years have passed, and you still can't forget about her. Lu Tianyin was around 30 years old, dressed in a scholarly robe and looking really scholarly. You're so infatuated with this woman that you've disregarded the rules that I, Lu Tianyin, have set. Lu Shichen's chest and back were drenched in sweat as he bowed deeply. Shichen follows the rules and doesn't dare to mess up Manorhead's matters. If you did, you wouldn't be alive now. I know that you are infatuated with that woman, and I want to help you. However, everything needs to be settled first. Before that, don't cause any more problems. Do you understand? Seeing Lu Shichen bow in a well-mannered manner, Lu Tianyin smiled and asked, "Since you've already gone, then what is the situation there?" When he heard this, Lu Shichen relaxed and bowed once more. Monk Xiaoya's medical skills seem to have improved a lot. Looking at this batch, those 200 people all look really good. Lu Yintian's eyes lit up as he raised his head and drank the wine in his hand. "Let's drink." Without needing to be instructed, a bunch of attendants walked over. The few at the front each carried a tray to Lu Tianyin's side. On the tray were naked kids who were sleeping, not crying or making a fuss. Lu Tianyin casually pointed and pierced the brow of one of the kids. A moment later, he took out a drop of red liquid and swallowed it. Chapter 875. It is indeed delicious. Every time I eat it, I will be impressed by the wonders of this matter. Lu Yintian's face flushed red like he was drunk. In the lake beside, the shark snake suddenly roared out like it was venting its unhappiness. Lu Yintian instantly broke out into a laugh, casually throwing out a claw. Then, he tossed 2 or 3 newborn children over. The way the shark snake ate wasn't as gentle as Lu Yintian. It directly swallowed them in one mouth, grinding them in its mouth before swallowing. A satisfied expression appeared on its face as it dived its giant body into the water. Following which, Lu Yintian smiled towards him. "Brother Wushuang, if you like them, just enjoy them. I still have some extra here. If these kids grow up and get tainted by the Hotian energy, they won't be of any use anymore." Lu Wushuang's face was green. His expression was cold. "Brother, don't you think your actions are too much? For a drop of Xiantian fire essence marrow, you took a life. How are such actions different from beasts? I also advise you to stop. After this matter, when I return to the Celestial Dynasty, I will definitely report you." "Brother Wushuang, are you planning to lecture me?" Lu Yintian laughed out loud, his eyes filled with a mocking intent. "As for the report, may I ask which rule of the Celestial Dynasty have I broken?" Lu Wushuang's brow furrowed. "But if you act like this, how will you gain the hearts of the people of this world?" Lu Yintian smiled without caring at all. "Within this Songling world, we follow the rules of the Saint Emperor to only take 40% of taxes, and we don't plunder as we please. He also didn't lack any offerings. We also don't go against military orders for war matters. As the head of this world, I feel that I am quite competent. Even the Saint Emperor can't punish me if I don't do anything wrong. The few country rulers also know about this." As he said this, his tone turned dark and cold. "You are the direct bloodline of the Lu family. So how would you know the pain of me who is about to fall to the Sai bloodline? Even if my bloodline increases a little, it is still a surprise." Lu Wushuang kept silent. With the Luzi matter before, how would he not know? The value of the sky-burning blood did not lie in its flame power. It was the legacy mark that the 3 end realms of the Lu family and dozens of saint realms had carved into their bloodline. With this help, the Lu family could save hundreds and thousands of years of bitter cultivation. and the level of bloodline directly determined the status of a clansman within the clan. He had seen too many tragedies in the clan. However, she could not help but think of Zhongsho. It was said that before this child was born, his inheritance imprint had already been sealed by a few elders of the clan and the monarch. Only the direct bloodline of the Saint Emperor was passed down. No matter how pure one's bloodline was, it was difficult to obtain too much unless one could break through the shackles. When he was born, he was a dual meridian body, a remnant soul. He should have been unable to cultivate for the rest of his life. His mother was imprisoned by the clan, and his father's whereabouts were unknown. Compared to Lu Wushuang's situation, it was many times more dangerous. Didn't he climb out of the quagmire in the same way? Even if he had the inheritance of the nine-tailed black fox, he had to rely on his own ability to obtain it. Compared to this cousin of his who was close to him, it was that enemy of his that he admired more. Shaking his head, Lu Wushuang got up and stepped out of the void. People of different paths couldn't work together. He also knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to persuade this person. He also wasn't willing to fall out with this person at such a time. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Lu Yintian's face twitched when he saw this, and then it returned back to normal. I will try my best to deal with Zhongsho's matter. Within 40 days, I will give Brother Wushuang an explanation. Lu Wushuang's body paused. He didn't agree or disagree as he left silently. In just a few steps, he was outside of Songling World, within a Shuang Ocean. Then he looked towards Songling World and was in deep thought. Just as he stood there for a moment, another person stepped out. It was that handsome scholar from a few days ago. Looking at Lu Wushuang's expression, one could roughly guess. I heard that the Yintian Manor head often uses the Xiantian fire essence marrow to raise his bloodline. Young master can't stand it? Lu Wushuang nodded his head. A look of disgust appeared on his face. It is indeed disgusting, but there is nothing I can do about him. Nothing I can do. The teen's eyes flashed, and he smiled. In other words, young master isn't going to bother. Lu Wushuang didn't reply. Although Lu Tianyin was annoying, as compared to the Zhongsho matter, he could toss him aside. If he wanted to find Zhongsho, he had to borrow his strength. Decades of war, although he was hot-blooded, it was all used up. Speaking of which, it was weird. Who knows what kind of secret technique Zhongsho grasped? Since he entered this Songling world, he searched everywhere, but still couldn't find any traces of him. His bloodline sensing technique was totally useless. Young master is wise. At this moment, we need to bear with it. If young master can't stand it, in the future when you inherit the position of shrine, you can naturally block the monster energy. Actually, who knows how many of such things there are within our Lu family? How can we manage all of them? Like he wasn't willing to dwell on this topic, the teen said solemnly, "What did he say about the search?" He didn't mention it. He said that he would give me an explanation within 40 days. 40 days? The teen's brow rose up, and then he laughed coldly. In other words, the Celestial Dynasty hopes that you can only return after 40 days? This person controls Songling World and does things according to the rules. Without enough reason, we really can't do anything to him. Lu Wushuang was slightly surprised. You aren't going to persuade me to give up on this person and return. Why go back? Young master was the tallest tree in the forest. Although country ruler Xuanya has high hopes for you, your background is a little poor and you have no one to help you. Now, you're the target of everyone. Even without today's matter, I wanted to persuade you to hide your strength for a period of time. The teen said expressionlessly, his eyes shining, "This matter is just nice. I really can't see through Zhongsho. If he really returns to the Lu family, he will be your enemy. Even if you offend the Saint Emperor, you have to get rid of him. If I don't personally see him die, I won't be at ease. The only thing to worry about is that Lu Tianyin will join hands with Zhongsho." Lu Wushuang was shocked. Strictly speaking, Zhongsho was one of the Lu family princes. Since Lu Yintian could join hands with him, then naturally he could join hands with Zhongsho. Then he shook his head. He knew a lot about Zhongsho. He definitely wouldn't have thoughts of joining hands with the Lu family. Such a possibility was really small. Clenching his fist tightly, Lu Wushuang felt a fire burning in his chest. There was still a month, but he felt like he couldn't even wait for a moment. He really wanted to kill Zhong Shou under his sword right now. At the same time, within Songling World, within Tianyin Manor, still within the courtyard, Lu Shichen bowed. Beside the stone table, Lu Yintian was laughing softly. I noticed a suspicious person in Shueiyuan Nunnery. He is heavily injured and could be Zhong Shou. Then, have you confirmed it? How confident are you? Seeing that Lu Shichen didn't dare to speak, Lu Yintian didn't care and just laughed out loud. Interesting, interesting. What a waste. The sandpiper and the clam fought, but unfortunately, the clam was too small and too weak. It caused him to be unable to benefit at all. The laughter suddenly stopped, and Lu Yintian sighed. Chapter 876. A full 72 stars shone above Zhong Shou as they slowly spun. It caused a special suppression to spread throughout the entire straw hut. The blue fire Xian turtle shrunk to the size of a palm, opening its pea-sized eyes as it looked up curiously. His body crouched down, and then he suddenly flew up, as if he wanted to touch it, but he pounced on nothing. Its eyes were filled with annoyance and grievance as it looked back at its master with a grumbling expression. Each of these stars contained a type of great Tao. If it could touch it, it would comprehend some Tao, true meanings. This was why it craved these stars. During these few days, it was protecting Zhong Shou in the straw hut. Since it had nothing to do, it chased after these stars. However, there were very few of them that it could touch. Whether or not it could catch them all depended on its master. You little thing, you have stolen at least 13 Tao, true meanings from me, and you still aren't satisfied? Zhong Shou didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw this, his finger viciously smacking on the turtle shell. Your source is the tough and hard paths, and you also cultivate the cold power. With your bloodline to rely on, as long as you focus on your foundations and improve, you can easily step into the God realm. At that time, it wouldn't be too late to cultivate other things to expand your foundations. If you get distracted and grasp too many things, it would instead be harmful to you. The blue fire Xian turtle tilted its head and thought about it. In the end, it unwillingly nodded its head and gave up. At this moment, apart from these 72 stars, there were a total of 37 white-toothed swords floating around. 3,000 star falling, 10 extreme imperial Tao destruction sword formation. At this moment, the two sets of great formations had almost merged into one and were in perfect harmony. At this moment, the star power gathered and the sword energy formed on its own. Not only did it not consume Zhong Shou's strength, but it could also be fed back to Zhong Shou's body. There was a sizzling sound in his meridians. His bones and joints were like fried beans, continuously popping. This was using external strength to forcefully open up his meridians. His meridians, which were slightly blocked due to the impact of the marrow-burning blood spirit art, were once again unobstructed. As for his bones, due to the strength of his physical body, they had reached a new level in just a short 100 days. With an unlimited supply of willpower, he could use it to strengthen his physical body without any scruples. In the past, he had some misgivings and was not willing to get too deeply involved with this Songling world. However, since he had decided to fulfill Jingyin's wish, he didn't have to worry about it anymore. When the body was strengthened, the bones would be the first to benefit. All the bones on his body looked like they were made of jade. Almost every piece was close to 1,000,000. It was said that after one reached peak end realm, one bone was a mountain, the weight of an entire Sumer mountain. Although Zhong Shou's physical body was still far inferior, he was still extremely powerful in this realm. Not long ago, he had specially tested it. Ordinary dermic armaments and dermic artifacts posed no threat to him. If he used his full strength, he would be able to obtain a mid-grade Dharma artifact. It might be able to injure his body, but it wouldn't be able to harm his bones. With just these two hands, it would be easy for him to resist even a top-notch magical artifact. Success! When the last bit of energy meridians were opened up, Zhong Shou felt like he had swallowed a ginseng fruit. His entire body felt really comfortable. The strengthening of the physical body also meant that this body could take in more power and more bloodline power. It also caused the pain that the marrow-burning blood spirit curse caused in his body to be weakened. Zhong Shou didn't need to use all his strength to suppress this technique. He could even use it to release the effects of the marrow-burning blood spirit curse step by step. However, during these few days, Zhong Shou felt like there was a barrier that he couldn't cross. It was the sky burning blood. Although his bloodline was still improving, what he could obtain from the legacy mark was getting lesser and lesser. Speaking of which, he had sensed such a situation long before the day. The strength of the sky burning bloodline was something that only the water Qilin could go up against. However, the legacy mark he obtained from the latter far exceeded that of the former. Seal? Lu family. Zhong Shou gave out a cold, mocking laugh and used his toes to guess. He also knew that the Saint Realm experts of the Lu family were blocking him from the source. The legacy memories he could obtain were only from one Saint Realm Venerable and one End Realm. He shook his head. He didn't have much hope and wasn't willing to be affected by the Lu family. As such, it suited him very well. Actually, if he was willing, he could use the billions of wish power in this world to reach the God realm. Even ascending to the deity realm was possible, let alone this seal that was not firm and full of flaws. My injuries aren't healed, but I can still fight. As long as the tribulation arrives, I will be able to suppress this marrow-burning blood spirit curse. Speaking of which, it has already been 10 days. Without any fear, the wooden door opened by itself. At this moment, Zhong Shou didn't need the wheelchair anymore and walked out. It was noon outside. Although Jingyin wasn't there, Zhong Shou saw the food box placed by the door. Smiling, Zhong Shou picked it up. After opening it, a fragrance filled his nose. The food was already cold, and he heated it up slightly. Zhong Shou enjoyed the food in the box that Jingyin personally made. Zhong Shou spread out his spiritual sense into the distance. However, after he searched around, he couldn't find any traces of Jingyin. Not only Jingyin, but even Xiaoya wasn't there. That's right. Since it's 10 days later, I have to hand over those kids. I need to move early. This place isn't far from Tianyin Manor. However, with Xiaoya's speed, she needs a day to rush over. He swept with his spiritual sense, and, as expected, there wasn't a single kid in the temple. They were probably all taken away. Zhong Shou looked into the distance at the giant mountain in the distance. It was 13,000 miles away, but with his eyesight, he could see it clearly even from here. What thick grievances, who knows how many kids died. However, that is good too. Zhong Shou laughed and then stepped into the air. Since he wanted to end this world matter, then it was best to have a battle in Tianyin Manor. It was exactly what he wanted. If it was any other place, if he couldn't control himself, he would hurt the innocent. Based on what he knew, Lu Yintian wasn't the only one who swallowed the Xiantian fire essence marrow. However, this person needed it to be more precious and pure. The hundreds of thousands of elite troops under him also received fire essence marrow every month. He didn't have a bloodline, but could raise his realm. There were even people who worked for Tianyin Manor in Songling World who joined in. Since that was the case, then it wouldn't be a problem to let everyone on the mountain die. They just deserved it. It didn't matter if the scene was a little bigger. As for that Lu Wushuang, he would deal with them all at once. The blue fire Xian turtle seemed to know what he was thinking and gave out an excited cry. Its body spread out and swelled thousands of times. It carried Zhong Shou and swiftly headed towards the mountain peak. At this moment, there was a loud ring from within Zhong Shou's sleeves. Chapter 877. That blue fire Xian turtle seemed to know what he was thinking and gave out an excited cry. Its body spread out and swelled up thousands of times. It carried Zhong Shou and swiftly headed towards that mountain peak. At this moment, there was a loud ring from within Zhong Shou's sleeves. It's Han Shi, speaking of which, it should wake up, Hanshi was a natural variant and wasn't a god beast, so it didn't have a bloodline legacy. Out of the few protector beasts, it should be the first to wake up. Zhongsho shook his sleeves, and as expected, a silver light shot out from his sleeves. Looking closely, one could see that not only was its body covered in silver-white flames, but it was also hidden in a ball of light such that one couldn't see it clearly. Those 6 pairs of wings were becoming wider and wider, spreading out 1,000 feet, flowing light spreading all about. It was obviously a really fierce and violent thing, but it was pure and majestic like it was created by the heavens. There was also no shell covering its face, and it looked like a human. Looking closely, its face was actually similar to Kong Yao's, both extremely beautiful. Zhongsho tried to touch it with his fingers and felt that the feeling was similar to human skin. Weird. He knew that this Saint Fire Ant Queen had always placed a lot of importance on its shell. His body was firmly protected within the carapace. For it to give up at this moment was really surprising. Unless this little thing had the confidence to not rely on the thick armor and not reduce its combat strength. He couldn't help but think about it. This natural variant might have a bloodline legacy. However, it was born from the vengeful energy of heaven and earth and was really created by the heavens. Its connection with the source of the world was probably no weaker than many Saint Realm venerables who had reached the heaven and man as one realm. It might have comprehended something during this deep sleep. A thread of true chi reached in and spread out within Hanshi's body. Samuraim's eyes were filled with understanding. As expected, it is about to form a pill, unlimited amounts of wish power, and the impact of the marrow-burning blood spirit technique. It caused Hanshi's strength to charge from the middle spirit realm to the late spirit realm. His progress in mastering the great Tao of light was especially shocking. He was only half a step away from reaching the immortal realm. With his doubts resolved, Zhongsho smiled again. Feeling that the feeling in his hand was really not bad, he couldn't help but squeeze harder. He then looked at Hanshi's chest curiously. There was no shell there either. It was naked like a fairy, hidden in the clouds and mist. But that was not all. Did he feel like a real person? Hanshi's expression was cold as it let him do whatever he wanted. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore. Her silver eyes flashed with a fierce light as she stared at Zhongsho's fingers. He seemed to be considering whether or not to directly cut off the hand. Zhongsho smiled awkwardly and quickly withdrew his hand. He secretly mocked himself. He really had no moral integrity. He even wanted to eat the tofu of his own spiritual pet. Unfortunately, Shari wasn't the first to wake up, otherwise he could have helped him. Although Hanshi was strong, it might not be able to interfere in such a battle. Searching in his heaven and earth bag, after a long while, Zhongsho found a silver-white veil and tossed it over. Since you chose to turn into a human, then you should have the shame of a human. Hanshi didn't reject and draped the veil over its body. This was something that Zhongsho snatched from who knows where. It was an intermediate magical treasure that could change its size. It was probably a spoil of war from the Taoist faction and was of decent quality. Zhongsho kept it in his collection, but he hadn't been able to use it. When one wore it, apart from covering one's body, it could also protect one's body. Zhongsho didn't bother about Hanshi and stepped forward. That blue fire Xian turtle instantly spread out its 12 pairs of ice wings. The giant turtle's body seemed huge, but when it flew, it was extremely quick. In just a few breaths, it was outside of the mountain peak. 1,000 miles away was where Tianyin Manor was. There were restrictions here, apart from the fiery clouds. Apart from the clouds, there were also numerous killing formations. Dozens of times stronger magnetism power covered the area. Be it humans or beasts, they couldn't fly here and could only walk on the ground. It was like it was showing off the supreme position of Tianyin Manor in this world. Zhongsho didn't have any intentions of hiding this time. It was best if he startled the snakes and captured all of them at once. He wanted to use the blue fire Xian turtle to forcefully charge in. However, his heart jumped as he sensed someone. Jingyin, a familiar aura, was 1,000 miles away at the foot of that giant mountain. Zhong Shou smiled and didn't think about it. The sword chi suddenly burst out from within his body, and a majestic will spread out, making him even more flamboyant. Just the pure sword intent was able to forcefully rip open a hole in the various restrictions in front of him. When the blue fire Xian turtle saw that, it instantly laughed out loud like it was delighted. Its body burned with green flames, along with its 10,000 feet body. It looked even more majestic. It flew in the air and showed no signs of slowing down. Then, like a shooting star, with a loud explosion, it smashed into the various restrictions. All of a sudden, numerous spiritual patterns flashed from all directions. The scarlet fire cloud also swept over. The blue fire Xian turtle didn't care at all, barbarically charging forwards. The cold power green flames spread out, causing the flame power to be unable to get close to 1,000,000 feet. Within 1,000,000 feet, it was an ice-cold snow world. At the start, the formation was able to restrict and block it, but in just a moment, under the domineering strength of the blue fire Xian turtle, the restrictions started to break down bit by bit. 1,000 miles was covered in just a breath. Finally, some of the people on the gigantic fiery mountain peak reacted. Thousands of war chariots flew into the sky one after another. Arrogant animal, seeing that you are intelligent, you should know that this is our Tianyin Manor's forbidden land. Zhong Shou was too small, and these people didn't notice him. Numerous spears and arrows shot towards the blue fire Xian turtle. The turtle didn't care at all. It was a beast king in the past, a true barbaric beast. Although it had obtained many benefits from following Zhong Shou, its personality couldn't be unleashed, and it had always felt really frustrated. At this moment, the turtle knew that as long as it didn't annoy the person on its back, it could do whatever it wanted. It also knew that Zhong Shou wanted to wipe out this place, so its violent thoughts became more and more uncontrollable. It made up its mind to vent its anger. It waved its two giant shields. The shield on the left casually waved and smacked away all the spears and arrows. The shield on the right smashed over. The tyrannical gravity smashed 100 war chariots and the people on them into meat patties. Then the giant shield split apart. Thousands of shield wheels and numerous spinning saw teeth. After a round of killing, hundreds of chariots were smashed into pieces, blood raining down. The remaining people finally knew that this turtle wasn't easy to deal with. They hurriedly retreated back into the giant mountain. The blue fire Xian turtle still wasn't willing to stop, its eyes staring fiercely into the mountain. Just as it was about to chase into the mountain, he felt another tremor pass through his back. It knew that its master was unhappy and told it to calm down. Only then did it stop. It unwillingly pressed the light down towards the foot of the mountain. There were numerous people here. All of them were ashen white as they knelt at the foot of the mountain. Roughly looking out, there were millions of them. Jingyin, who Zhong Shou wanted to find, was among them. Like they were shocked by the movement above the mountain peak, their eyes were filled with shock and loss as they looked at the giant green turtle above their heads. Zhong Shou just took a look and didn't care. He casually grabbed and pulled Jingyin up from the crowd onto the turtle's back. Then he saw that this girl's face was covered in tears, making one feel pity for her. At first, his face was filled with confusion. Only when he saw Zhong Shou at the side did his eyes focus, and he was even more shocked. Its little benefactor. Then he thought back to how the tortoise below was sweeping across the sky. Close to 1,000 Tianyin Manor people were being tortured and killed. For Zhong Shou to be able to stand on the turtle's back, one didn't need to think to know who this giant beast belonged to. Her face instantly turned ashen white and was filled with fear. This is Tianyin Manor. She also knew that Zhong Shou's strength was definitely not ordinary. 10 days ago, she could see that. However, a few days ago, she was lucky enough to save this person. He was also badly injured such that he couldn't even move his limbs at this moment. Although his aura was better, it was still really dark. I know that this is Tianyin Manor, where the Liu family world lord is. Zhong Shou nodded his head to express that he understood. Then he asked, "You cried just now?" Speaking of which, Those kids have been sent up. Jingyin wiped her tears. I wanted to go with Master C if we could beg the Yintian Manor head to show some mercy. However, Master wasn't willing. She was really anxious, thinking to herself, why did this person still have the mood to ask such things? If she fled now, she should still be able to make it. She raised her head and looked up. Instantly, the last bit of blood disappeared from her face, only to see that at the waist of the mountain, many spiritual lights flashed and spread out in all directions. No matter how ignorant she was, she knew that this was the sign of the formation opening up. Tens of thousands of chariots flew up. There were also 12,000 cavalry who flew into the air. Jingyin recognized that these were the red flame burning cavalry, the grade 6 Dao soldiers of the Liu family. Zhongshou didn't seem to notice anything. Instead, he frowned and looked at the dense crowd at the foot of the mountain. Why did these people come? He could have used it without any fear. However, with these people here, he had to worry to avoid harming the innocent. How problematic! You still have the mood to ask about this. If you don't leave, you'll be in trouble. Jingyin was a little exasperated. However, when she said these words, Zhongshou had no intention of leaving. The tortoise below was also lazy. The thousands of grade 6 Dao soldiers had already surrounded the area. Layers upon layers of barriers covered an area of 100,000 feet around the mountain. Jingyin totally lost all hope. Her face was ashen white as she replied, "They're all our kids who were chosen by those evil demons." They all rushed to the foot of the mountain, hoping to plead for leniency. In the past, there were many of them, but now there are fewer and fewer. They know that it is useless even if they beg. Chapter 878. Zhongshou acknowledged and didn't pay much attention to it, looking up once more. These people had no way to resist, so they could only do so. They couldn't scold them. With millions of people here, they couldn't just spend more effort. The red flame burning cavalry stepped in midair. They circled in the air and then stopped. They were in an orderly formation, hanging in the air calmly. He could also sense that there were a few strong spiritual senses above that were looking over at this place. Following this, a laugh spread over. "I was wondering who it was, so it was you. Why? Your injuries just got a little better and you can't wait to ask to die? 10 days ago, Xiaoya, that old nun, protected your life. Today, you probably won't have such luck." There was a hint of frivolity and mockery in his voice. Zhongshou recognized that this person was Liu Shichen, who he met 10 days ago at the back mountain of Shuiwen Nunnery. His lips curled up coldly as he shook his head. Zhongshou was too lazy to reply, kicking the turtle shell. "Blue fire, what are you standing there for? You can attack. First, break the foundations of the mountain. Today, we won't leave a single blade of grass here." The eyes of the blue fire Xian turtle lit up, baring its teeth and laughing. The 12 pairs of ice wings spread out and once again smashed towards the mountain peak. Jingyin saw this and was astonished. She instinctively exclaimed, "Benefactor, what are you doing? You can't." Before he could finish his words, a loud boom was heard. The mountain shook, sand and stone all fell. The restrictions here were also collapsing piece by piece. This blue fire Xian turtle was extremely strong. A few days ago, Zhongshou injected wish power into it, and it raised its grade. Its strength increased by a full 5 times. After using the Xuanwu body protecting energy, it was totally unaffected by the restrictions and spells of the formation. Its 10,000-foot body waved 2 giant shields. It smashed its way over. Its aura was really strong. The energy spread all about, causing dust and dirt to fly up. It caused the faces of the millions of people at the foot of the mountain to turn ashen white. However, there was a strange force protecting this place. Although the energy was vast and strong, it didn't hurt them at all. Zhongshou stood steadily on the tortoise's back and answered, "Don't you want all the women in the Songling world to not have the pain of losing their children because of the Khanate fire Yuan marrow? Since you saved my life, I will fulfill your promise." At this moment, we naturally have to attack and get rid of the main culprits. When Jingyin heard this, she couldn't help but let out a sigh. She only felt that it was inconceivable. However, before he was able to think, he saw tens of millions of arrows fly down from above. One after another, spiritual spells were unleashed and filled the entire place. It was as though it was the end of the world. However, in the blink of an eye, the sky above returned to normal. At first, Jingyin didn't know what was going on until she shifted her gaze to the side, tens of thousands of feet away. Only then did he realize that it was Zhong Shou who used a secret technique to teleport the arrows, spears, and even spells hundreds of thousands of feet away. On the other side, the energy exploded and the spirit energy shook. A full 30,000 feet around was turned to dust. It also destroyed many of the restrictions and spiritual talismans in the formation. However, the commotion there didn't affect them anymore. Even if there were ripples under the protection of the Xuanwu body protecting energy, they wouldn't be hurt at all. That blue fire, Xian Turtle didn't fear anything at all. It smashed the shield above its head, forcefully breaking a hole in the formation. Whoever it didn't like would be smacked over with the shield. Whoever dared to block it would spit out blue flames to freeze them into ice shards. It crushed them all along. Then, it smashed into the foot of the mountain, causing a shocking explosion. At this moment, the entire mountain peak was covered in spiritual light. Numerous restrictions and formations appeared in the air before instantly collapsing. They turned into numerous specks of light and scattered in the air. Where the blue fire Xian Turtle smashed into was where Zhong Shou pointed out, a core of the formation. After smashing into it, 20% of the protective spiritual formation of Tianyan Mountain Power was instantly reduced. The outer portion was half of the outside world. At this moment, a cold scoff spread out from the air. A green-colored person suddenly charged down from the mountain peak. It was Lu Shichen. He was dressed in green armor, riding a four-eyed and six-legged red mount as he arrived in front of the red flame burning cavalry. Instantly, red flames burned and swept the sky. An extremely sharp intent charged towards where Zhong Shou was standing. Anyone who offends my Tianyan manor will be killed. You are asking to die. Do you really think that with such a god-beast protector beast, you can do whatever you want in this world? Preposterous. Those 10,000 red cavalry instantly galloped and charged down from 100,000 feet in the air. The crimson flames also faintly gathered into a cone shape. The strength of 10,000 grade, 6 iron cavalry instantly merged into one. Lu Shichen led the way, and when he was close to 30,000 feet, he slashed down furiously with a sword. He was peak celestial realm, and this sword gathered the strength of 10,000 red flame burning cavalry. It caused the entire space to twist and collapse. Zhong Shou's eyes squinted. Under the flames, there was no space left. Burning laws, burning the Tao. This was the true sky-burning flame. Zhong Shou had only seen it in the bloodline legacy mark. At this moment, Lu Shichen's sword had some of the true intent of the sky-burning flame. However, he didn't really care and instead scoffed in disdain. He couldn't sit still anymore. The truly exciting part had only just begun. Tianyan Manor within the main hall. Lu Yintian was really calm as he sat on the throne in the middle of the hall. He looked like he didn't care about the commotion below. However, if one was familiar with him, they would be able to see the darkness in his eyes. Interesting. Really interesting. Lu Shichen, am being so unrestrained. This is the first time in 30 years that this has happened. Although he was laughing, it caused the people in the hall to keep quiet out of fear. As long as one had some intelligence, they would be able to hear the killing intent within. Xiaoya's brow was furrowed, and she stood solemnly at the side. She was also surprised by what happened today. Who knew that Zhong Shou, who was healing up, would actually dare to ride a celestial grade god beast to charge up Tianyan Mountain? Her heart was filled with bitterness and helplessness. She was having a headache about how to protect Jingyin. She did not expect that the person she had saved with her own hands would suddenly cause such a huge disaster. This person's strength was indiscernible. If he could heal up, then she might have some hope. However, she saw that although his meridians were no different from normal people, he was still normal. However, at this moment, he was like a normal person, obviously unable to use his true power. Since that was the case, then he should have just stayed in Shuewen Nunnery. Why did he have to come here? To cause a problem? At this moment, she only hoped that the Tianyin Manor head would totally forget about her. Her mind spun quickly as she tried to think of a way to get away. However, what she was afraid of would happen. Lu Yintian's gaze looked coldly toward her. Not bad this time. Out of 600 women, 90% gave birth successfully. I took a look just now. They're all top-quality Xiantian Fire Essence Marrow. It is enough for what I need and more than enough. Xiaoya kept silent and didn't speak. Being praised like that only made her feel sad. Even if she went all out to take care of those pregnant women, it was mostly because she couldn't bear to see them die when they were giving birth. Could she say things like thank you for the praise and that she didn't dare to accept it? Begging was useless, and since she couldn't fight back, she could only keep silent. If she was right, then there should be something else after those words were said. As expected, Lu Yintian's tone changed. However, what is going on with this person? I heard Shichen mention that this person was healing up in your Shuewen Nunnery. Looking at his appearance, he is similar to the person I am searching for. Monk Xiaoya, how are you going to explain this? Xiaoya expected that and bowed. When I saved them, it was before the manor head put him on the wanted list. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Since I saw him, how could I not help? I don't know anything about his identity and background. She continued. A month ago, I compared their appearances and didn't find any similarities. I really didn't expect that he was the person Manor Head was searching for. If Manor Head wants to use this as an excuse to punish me, then there is nothing I can do. Lu Yintian was startled. He gritted his teeth and laughed coldly. You are really sharp-tongued. You are really good at shirking responsibility. However, I want to ask you about your heart. You really don't know anything. Forget it. Since you have your reasons, I won't punish you heavily. Next month, I will increase the amount by 100. There won't be a next time. As Xiaoya listened on, her face slowly turned ashen white, and she was totally stunned. She gritted her teeth and kept silent, not willing to reply. Lu Yintian didn't care. After today's matter, he naturally had a way to let her do as she wished. Lu Yintian's lips curled up and a smile appeared in his eyes. Although he lost some face today and the foot of the mountain was in a mess, he didn't lose out. Inform my brother Wu Shuang that his enemy has appeared. If he doesn't come, then he will regret it. Before he finished, another person walked out. Manor Head, if that is the case, it will be hard to explain to the Celestial Dynasty and the 2 country rulers. Lu Yintian expressionlessly swept over, only to see a 40-year-old middle-aged man wearing a scholar's robe. He was also his subject and was called Lu Jun. His position was similar to Lu Shichen's, and his strength was similar too. However, this person wasn't serving him. Shaking his head, Lu Yintian's tone was filled with disdain, and he burst out laughing. Explain what? I try my best to delay. This Show wants to die, so he can't blame me. No matter who it is, they can't say that I am not. Moreover, even if we want to hide it, we might not be able to. How would that person not know about such a huge commotion? He is already here. As he said this, Lu Yintian took out a red blood drop from the plate at the side and placed it in his mouth to taste. Tell Lu Shichen to show mercy. This person is the heir to our Lu family and has Fengjue as a shield. He is also the grandson of the Saint Emperor. Even if the Saint Emperor hates the Zong family to the bone, he can't let us take his life. He isn't someone he can offend. Let my brother Wu Shuang deal with him. What a waste. Before he finished, the foot of the mountain shook once more. Lu Yintian frowned, and then his expression changed. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.